40 love, by the way, Sinner. Okay. Pliskova. With a lovely drop shot. Who you got in the tiebreak, though, chat? You tell me. Who you got? Sinner with the first game, 1 love. All right. As Osaka serves. The back in a Pliskova, but it's called a let. I smell an upset. No, I just farted. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. What the fuck? Anyways, find out. There's a winner for Pliskova. She gets a mini break. 1 love. 1 love. Pliskova. Mmtlp serving, by the way. Once this tiebreak's over, we will focus a little bit more on the men's match, but if that gets interesting. As Pliskova serves with a mini break. 1 love. 1 love. Pliskova serves again. A let. Pliskova looks to serve again. 1 love. She serves again, Pliskova. How's that by second serve? Oh, I love 30. Sinner, he's about to break. What the hell? As he hits a slice down the line, Mmtlp with a volley, not good enough. Sinner's going to make him pay. No, he's not. Jesus, Mmtlp's hanging in somehow, but Sinner just puts it away. Love 40. Sinner's not mucking around. As we get a double fault Pliskova. 1-1. Back on serve. Love 40. Sinner already ready to break. The hell? Pliskova 1-1. Serve out wide. The forehand of Osaka return is good to the back of Pliskova. Pliskova in the net. 2-1 Osaka. Pliskova looked tired after that shot. 2-1 Osaka. Also, Mmtlp, he's down 15-40. Still a chance to get the break here. Sinner, he does. Sinner breaks. Just like that. 2 love Sinner. All right. Osaka serves the fault. Second serve. She's got the mini break. No one's held serve in this tiebreak yet. Second serve. Into the backhand of Pliskova. Return the backhand of Osaka, who hits it down the line. Great shot. Pliskova can't get there. She puts it in the ground. And it's 3-1 Osaka. How are you, Cam? I'm good. How are you? All right, Sinner with the break already. 2 love. She serves down the tee. Osaka the back and Pliskova, and then Osaka hits it wide. Just shanks it. 3-2. We're back on serve. Pliskova gets the point. We're back on serve. Three, 2, Osaka. Who would be an easy opponent for Iga tomorrow? I don't think Swiatek's worried about either of these players, to be honest. I think Swiatek will rate her chances against both. Serving to the forehand of Osaka, but Osaka gets it wide, and it's 3-3. They change ends. 3-3. As they change ends.
All right, everybody. To the moon. So now we know VO Warrior might not be a young guy. Hey, David. Now you got the blue. The other guy had green, but it said David. I didn't really, I'm not, I don't know why, but I'm not feeling all that well today. And I'm not complaining. It's like a cold or something. No, it's not COVID. I think it's just being run down and cold weather. But just had lackluster energy this morning. So I didn't really print anything out, go over anything beforehand. I did notice quite a few things on the Twitterati pages. I also noticed that Logic is firming up a little bit. You know, in retrospect, I didn't do it, but in retrospect, we had about a week or two to sell that at 6 and now buy it back at 3. But the thing is, we didn't know when when the reverse merger would be announced. I suppose we could have figured it would take a delay. I noticed HNRC was down earlier. I don't know if it still is, which is interesting because I thought the news the other day was interesting. I haven't checked Vocal. I'm just looking down this list of dogs because indeed, for now, they are a list of dogs. Do you know, and I'm not saying this for any reason of self-congratulation, but do you know you could have sold GTII on 12/21 for 45 cents and even on 12/28 for 40 cents? Why is that important for me to point out to you? Well, you could have booked now you would lose your long-term capital gains situation, that's true, but you could have booked your loss, and here we're over 30 days later, and you could buy it for essentially half price, depending on which of those prices. That's not saying you should have done it, woulda, coulda, shoulda, and it's not saying that I was right or anything like that. It's just saying that's how tax loss harvesting works. That's how it works. The risk is you're out of it for a little while and the stock goes up, but we have other stocks ostensibly have the same potential. All right, let me look. What was I gonna? My printer stopped working. I have to figure out why. I was going to show you something, but all right, let me just quickly check. I want to check the prices with you, and then I'll let Ham know to rescue you from me so you can listen to Hamster. Oh, okay, let me get the prices for you. Yep, the logic is 3. That's up even from when I looked. It's bidding 3, ask 3, 4, 0.034. This bet stock, I don't know why, that's 294. RCRT is 2. Fang is up $7, 177. APA is up $1.42 at 31. That's used to be called Apache. Now, every company at one for a while, it's better to have 3 names, 3 letters in your name. Let's see what else. Let's see if HNRA is up. No, 192. They're still raising the money, so they're going to keep pressure on it. Let me see what happened with HNRC. Seems to be up, but it's down. It's 0.0215 bid, 0.023 ask. It's green, but I don't know why it even bothers. One of you asked me about New York City Bank, 490. I would not buy that stock. It might work, but the risk reward, not in your favor. It's at 5, might go to 6. It's probably going to go to zero. All right, Meta Materials is 425. Let me just try this. Yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. So bed BBBY doesn't trade anymore. At least not under a symbol I know. And then let's just do ZJYL. Why does it have an F? Oh, I did a ZH. Sorry, I'm really out of it. ZJYL. $8. Let's do Telo hits a new low. $8.38. So that trade to me is over with. Why? Because they shorted 300,000, and it looks like they, with halts and management, they've crossed it. So still a good trade. Buy it under 6, sell it at 8 or 9 or 10 or 11. But I wouldn't look at that one very much longer. All right, Twitter. Let me text Ham. Obama is alarmed. I got a text message. Trump will tear down our democracy to win. Better look in the mirror. I get these and I send stop and they come back at me over and over again. Ham. All right, I let him know. I'm not gonna. I've tried to show over time that I'm not afraid to answer opposite points of view or answer hard questions or negative questions, but I'm not going to promise that anymore. If I see a question that I find provocative in a way that's not, in my judgment alone, that's not meant to move our collective conversation forward, but it rather is bullying and fudstering, I'll either ignore it or I'll ban that person. And if I make a mistake, I apologize in advance. But I'm not having any fun doing this. I haven't had fun doing this for several weeks, if not months. And I'm that close to just saying, what is the point? And I don't think that's fair to everybody else. And I also think that allows these gleeful cowards, gremlins, to win. And I'd like to see us at least stay through until we have some sort of result or victory. Hey, Paul. From Vancouver, I've been there. No, yes, I have been there. Sorry, I get confused with Canada. It's weird. In the airport, you're first in the United States, then you're in Canada. But I can't remember where that airport is. I think it's in Canada, but it might be in the United States. Anyway, when you land, you cross the border in the airport, even though the airport's not on the border. Yeah. I don't know, Paul. When I was young, my parents divorced, and my mother sat me down and told. Anyway, I won't go through it all. It's too negative, but she said to me, "Do you want to go through the rest of your life being named Bill?" which is my father's name. That's your father's name. And oh God. So she wanted me to take the name of the guy she was seeing, and not the first name, the last name. I can't remember. They may have married by then. So in my head, I always have this like, is there something wrong with my name? I was young when she said that. I'm like, is there something wrong with it? And the other thing about Bill, you don't ever meet a Bill under the age of 40, probably under the age of 30. They're all Wills and Willies and Liams and Williams, and you get it. But yeah, that's what I go by. I don't mind being called William, but I never was called William growing up. Dollar Bill. Let's see if you have any questions before he calls in. I called in on my GTII dividend. I have to fill out some form, which, as far as I know, they haven't. Oh no. See, that's my fault. I've been waiting for an email. He told me where to go find it. I'll do that. Yeah, I think that's T-Man. I think that's the thing to do. I had a tiny bit myself. Look, it's either going to work or it's not, right? And oh, that's what I tried to print out for you. I wish I could. Maybe I can make a picture of it. That's what I'll try to do. I need a new computer setup. But the way the chart is on ZJYL, let me confirm that right now. It's successfully well, it's trying to break down. But it's not. There's so many lines here. It hasn't broken down. But anyway, the pattern I saw before, I don't know if you call that a pennant, where the top is flat and then the pennant comes up sideways. It broke that. But now you just, I can't do this. Now you have, you had a pennant like this. Now it's becoming a pennant like this. They're both equally valid traps or equally valid formations. So what's happening with the chart at the same time is the 50-day moving average is hugging the bottom of the trades and the bottom of the triangle. So my point being, yes, what is your point? My point is that this could go on for a few days. It could essentially go sideways for a few days when I draw that line, but not that long. And then it's going to have to go one way or the other, just by definition. It can go out the point of the triangle, which is highly unlikely. So it'll either go up, break out, or down, break down. And we haven't had that yet. So I think the story is still the same. The impetus to the upside is still the same. The shorts are clearly fighting it. I'm just looking at the other indicators here. They don't look so, I mean, they're neutral, these other indicators. But anyway, my point is it hasn't moved. So your risk, sorry, your risk is probably initially down to 684 and then maybe down to 5 something, then down to 4. That's your risk side, but your upside, it could easily go to 26, which looks like the all-time high. And then from there, if it breaks, I think actually, sorry, let me back up. I think if it breaks out from around 14 to 16 and just pick 16 as you've cleared all turbulence. If it breaks out of 16, it could go to them. That could be all you need to make it really run. But one stopping point might be the previous high, which is 26. But I think, to my lame analysis, if this breaks out of this, I don't know if you call it a pennant or a triangle. I'd call it a pennant, but then I'm afraid I'm misleading you. But if it breaks out of this pattern to the upside, I think the stock is going to really run. So your risk reward, just to repeat myself, maybe is a couple of bucks to the downside in return for hundreds of dollars to the upside. Billion. Yeah, Beverly is, I mean, sorry, my girlfriend used to call me that too. A long time ago. She's married, children. Well, I think, Paul, the way to participate in the after hours is to, and I don't know how to do it, I have to admit, because I've never done it, but you have to mark your ticket extended hours. And then you put in a GTC order, and you could be at dinner and your order goes off. You have to mark your ticket extended hours. I will call in on the 20th because I have another reason to. It's such a process. Such a process at E-Trade. I'm trying to move shares, and I have to call next Tuesday. So when I call, I'll ask how to do it at E-Trade. But hey, Giannis. That stock, I think, has something going on behind the scenes. So I'm not ready to give it an all clear yet, but and the little bits I've heard, I'm not sure I'm supposed to talk about either. So, but yeah, I would, if you did sell GTII for tax loss reasons, I would, acknowledging to yourself that it could go down, they could still drive it further. I would reestablish the position now. I'm not saying that as a raging buy recommendation. I'm just saying you accomplished your goal of locking in losses, and to me, it looks like it's trading a little bit better now, but I want to see a little more. But it looks like it's firming up. Well, there you go. Mark, I'm not going to say it, but I'll read your comment. I understand shorts have been calling around again looking for shares in GTII. I read it, but I'm, I know I have to get through it, Paul. I also think I have to change. Number one, I think I have to get a new computer, and I'm just not able to right now. I am looking forward to this trip to Korea with Ham, and maybe I'll make it my goal to get this computer set up differently after I get back. But I have to change some of the topics and some of the questions. I've never been one. I will sit and talk about anything, but as soon as I'm bored, I'm I don't know if I'm easily bored, but I'm once I'm bored, I'm just not interested. And talking about the same thing over and over again is frustrating. On the other hand, I do realize there's new people. It's not that big of an audience, but there's each person matters to me, and it's big enough that you have to talk about the same things over and over again. But I'd like to move on, Paul, to discussions of where I think everyone should be shifting there if they stay in the markets: oil and gas, precious metals, real assets. I think the stock market is going to have a massive rally, although anything can happen. Anything can happen. But after that, I think the market will be down with reflexive rallies, possibly for a generation, but certainly for a cycle. How long will that cycle be? When does that down start? I don't know, but it'll seem trite to say because of what we all have been through. But stocks, when they go down a lot more quickly than they go up. My opinion is because they've already been there. The owners of the stocks, when they start going down, they can perceive further down very easily. It's hard when the Dow's 48,000 or whatever it is. 38,000, NASDAQ 16,000, S&P 5,000. It's hard to picture that the S&P could go to 6,000 or 7,000, but I think that's what's going to happen. And I think it'll be fairly quickly. There's a guy out there that's a contrarian. It's not Dent. It's anyway. If I could remember his name, I'd give him credit for that call. But it'll be quick when it happens. It'll be aided by Fed buying, trying to make us vote for Joe Biden, and it'll also to make us feel like we're wealthy. But when it turns to come down, oh my gosh. It could be really scary. Then you get a bounce up and you get the illusion that, oh God, we got through that. And then it heads back down. And the worst thing is when it just goes dead. And you've seen that in a lot of our stocks. That can happen to the overall market. And I'm not saying, I'm not saying it'll work out exactly that way. But in that kind of environment, it becomes a market of stocks, not a stock market. Right now, it's just 6 or 7 stocks. Originally, they were called the S&P 6. Now they call them the Magnificent 7. And these are just boys that I think possibly the CIA anointed to do Facebook, to do Amazon, to do Google. They're massive internet information aggregators, and it's what the Fed buys. It's what every oh, they're so smart. Gentlemen wearing red socks and pinkies rings on their pinky finger. But when it breaks down, they won't look so smart, and they'll be just as dumb as you and I are, and those stocks will come down. The PE ratios are ridiculous. They're priced. What's Amazon going to do? Take over the Earth, and next stop is Jupiter? It's not feasible. But in that situation, other stocks go up. And where you're seeing it right now is the big slumbering giant of oil and gas is waking up. And, enough wokeism. I think at least one generation of and maybe more have gone through business school and all the highly educated colleges and universities, and being taught that we're not going to be consuming oil or gas in 10 or 15, 20 years. Look, to the surprise of many of you probably, I happen to firmly believe there's a difference between weather and climate. And I think the planet is on a perilous path with climate. And everyone says, "Oh, it's a hoax." I don't think it's a hoax. I think it's a planet-wide experiment. And we can say, "Oh, it's a hoax, it's going to work out." But make no mistake, it's an experiment. The coal and hydrocarbons, but the coal, the carbon that took eons to be taken out of the atmosphere and placed into, I mean, unless you believe everything happened in the last 6,000 years, which, I mean, I've listened to some geologists that have explained that everything might have happened very, very quickly. But for the sake of this quick discussion, let's ignore that option. We are taking coal and carbon, more particularly carbon, which took eons to be buried. We in the span of one war, the 100 Years' War, a little longer than the 100 Years' War, we're putting it all back up in the atmosphere, and we're doing it in terms of coal. We're doing it for, I hope I get this right, about, I'm trying to remember when the train, the steam engine and the train was invented. I can't remember. 200, 300 years ago. But anyway, once they invented that, it's basically 400 years that we've had this scientific revolution. Maybe it's pushing 500 years now. And when we started getting coal out of the ground and being able to transport it, and then starting the British Industrial Revolution, that's when we really put the coal up in the air. The carbon back and the gases with it, that apparently stays up there for 200, 250 years, if I remember correctly. China's doing it now. India's doing it now. So that's going to be in the atmosphere a long, long time. And one of the guys I used to read, I'm trying to remember which author, he predicted he was British, obviously. He predicted the Americans would try all sorts of gimmicks to block the sun or to change the atmosphere. And if you look at the news now, we are trying gimmicks. But it's scary stuff. It really is scary stuff. Half the world's oxygen comes out of the oceans. To be more specific, it comes from the plankton and the little organisms. That's a different topic, though. I get worried about with Fukushima Daiichi. But the oceans have been a sink. That's one theory. The oceans have absorbed a lot of the carbon, and so whilst the measurements of carbon in the atmosphere have been increasing since the gentleman in the 50s went out on the volcano of Hawaii, the extinct volcano, started measuring. I guess he went up in a balloon, put a balloon up. They've just been going straight up. I think we're well over 400 parts per million in the atmosphere. And I'm not going to look it up because this is all old numbers. Maybe we're well above that now. But the tipping point that became irreversible, to my memory, was 425 parts per million. But some scientists are now saying it's actually much, much lower. It's down where the planet was in equilibrium, under 180 parts per million. Anyway, the oceans, one theory goes, have acted as a sink, and they're pretty much chock full of everything they can absorb. And so as we continue burning coal and increasing the necessity of the planet to absorb it, maybe the oceans aren't there anymore. It's all very frightening. But I think oil and gas, and I've told you this before, but there's a guy, Jim Hansen, who ran Goddard, darn it, can't remember the title, Goddard NASA Aerospace, right up here north of DC. I was reading that book of when George W. was president. And I was at a pretty nice restaurant bar, sitting at the bar. I was by myself. There were some people on the side, and this woman walks up. I'm on the end, and I think I was having like a pizza or something, one of those thin pizzas and my wine. And she comes up, and she's all dressed up. I might have already told you this, dressed up to the nines, looked like she walked out of the magazine. She wasn't beautiful, but because of her overall presence, it's very striking. And she pulls up with purpose, wants a drink. So I think I called the bartender and made sure she got her order. And I just had an instinct. I turned my book over because I was reading my book. I turned it over, and she noticed and said, "Oh, what are you reading?" And not like she's a reader or anything. And I showed it to her. It's called Storms of My Grandchildren. Storms of My Grandchildren by James Hansen. And she said, "What's that about?" I said, "Well, it's about climate change, and it's about what's coming and his answers for what we need to do." And she said, "Oh, we know him." And I said, "You do? What do you mean?" "Well, I'm and she gave me her card. I've long since lost it. I'm the White House spokesman for science, or for NASA and science, under George Bush. She had a really nice car. She was the liaison or some crap. And she said, "Oh yeah, he speaks out a lot, and we know all about him." And she gave me this look like she had sucked on a lemon. And I said, why are you don't like him?" She said, "Oh no. We don't listen to him. He's a scientist." And I looked at her, and she looked at me, and I looked at her, and I went back to my glass of wine. Anyway, he has 4 solutions, skipping everything else. 4 solutions. 1, there's so many of them. Stop tearing down the forests. 2, and reforestation. 2, all the little ones like hydro energy and solar panels and all the little ideas we have. That's his second one. His third one is his third one, is oh God, my brain, I'm so slow today. Sorry. His third one is the 4th generation nuclear power, which apparently are smaller, they're pebble, they can't melt down. I'm really anti-nuclear power now in my late life. And then the 4th thing is leave all the coal in the ground, all the coal in the ground. He specifically says in that last chapter of solutions, he says, notice I didn't mention oil or natural gas, because we're going to use them. You cannot have a modern society without oil and gas. There's nothing in the world that keeps a house warm like natural gas. There's nothing that can power transportation like oil. So he just figured we have to work around that. And anyway, I'd like to start looking at oil and gas. Yeah, I'll try to get through that, Paul. Thank you for being supportive. How did the dinosaurs die? Well, one at a time, I guess. Ham is supposed to come on today, but he hasn't responded. I'm sorry, John. I know I'm boring. Let me just see if he texted back. He hasn't texted back. So if he doesn't come on, John, I don't know how to alert you. You could sign off. I don't know how to send you a notice when he comes on. Maybe what I'll do, you can turn the volume down, and I'll show you this. Just turn the volume down and look. I'll put that up. I don't know how else to tell you, or just got to take take your chances. Pay your ticky, take your chances. I'm not born. Hear that, Lucky? I'm not born. I have yet to be born. Well, there is a difference between weather and climate, and one of the effects of the climate changes is you would expect more snow. It breaks this demarcation between the polar air and the air. I don't know what to call it, the more southerly air. And as that cold air comes down, and as there's also more moisture, you got more snow. But no, it's scary. Climate change is scary. But I can't change it. None of us can change it. Well, the jet stream is one issue, but it's actually the oh God, I hope I'm not turning into Joe Biden. The ocean stream, I forget the name of it, which is, the oceans have 1,000-year, in some cases, cycle of water movement. And gosh, I can't remember the name of it. But Europe, for example, is a large peninsula, if you look at it that way. And England, it's been blessed with moderate weather, not so much Norway or Sweden. But if you come through the bulk of that European plain, because of the movement of the Gulf Stream, I think that's what it's called. Did you call it that? I think it's called the Gulf Stream. It takes the hot water up from the Gulf and it comes up into the Arctic and then comes back down. It's up there in the top of the ocean, and then it sinks and comes back down. They have these whirlpools as that happens, as it sinks and it churns. There was a study done over a couple of decades. And I look, when I studied this, I had a whole shelf of books. I couldn't sleep at night after reading it. It is scary stuff. But one of the things was there used to be thousands of these sinkholes, these in the ocean, these it's like water going down your drain in your bathtub, those things. And there were thousands of them. At the beginning of this century, they went out and looked. There were 24. Well, if that Gulf Stream stops, Europe's no longer a mild climate. That's number one. New York, Boston. It's all. I don't know if it would change in your lifetime. It might not change in your lifetime. But remember, 5,000 years is nothing to a dinosaur. I think that's a lot. Sure. I think if you manage the forests, I also think planting trees is right. James Lovelock, who may or may not be dead, but he's very, very old. He came up with the idea of Gaia. He also was one of the scientist who discovered the ozone hole. And he was quite frightening to read too. But in I don't know, 10 years ago, he said, you know what? We can't do anything about it. It's too late. All we can do now is live in cities and use air conditioning, ameliorate the effects. It's his opinion that we need to just leave. Humans want to live everywhere. And then we kill the wolves. We kill the lions and the cheetahs because we figure we deserve to live here. His view is, we need to leave at least a third of the planet to the wild, and preferably 2/3 of the planet to the wild. And then the air, Gaia is this idea that the planet is alive. He does say, whether it is or not doesn't matter. It behaves as if it's a living organism. In the summer, in the northern hemisphere, the planet breathes out. It breathes out oxygen. In the winter, for example, I don't know if it breathes in, but it's like it breathes in. And the planet fights back. But where his ideas break down is our soils. Our soils, where you grow your corn and cereal, you grow beef, you grow. Our soils are alive too with organisms, and if the temperature gets too hot, the west, the entire west of the United States could turn into. And this is getting depressing as my memories are coming back from everything I read. I just hope we collectively here can try to make some money, move maybe to South America up in the mountains, or to the Rockies or something, maybe more northerly to Canada. But we can, I mean, James Lovelock, you want to be depressed. He believes that the future of the human species is there'll be 100,000, 200,000, I think it's 100,000 mating pairs, so 200,000 people living up in the Arctic Circle. It's very, very depressing stuff. So let's get back to comedy jokes. That would be nice, Saber Data. Delta. That would be very nice. I'd love to. It's probably too late, but I'd love to visit Moscow again. But I'd love it. I think I'd love to live in the Cameron Highlands or spend some time there. But that's how I imagine it, is having a, like a coffee shop, little village with a coffee shop. Anyway. Sure. I don't know where, but sure. You don't have to come here. I might not be here. When Lucky dies, I'm going to have to move because I'll be so despondent. And this is a cold place here. And if he's not here, I would just be, I couldn't sleep. I'd be pacing the halls. I just have to get out of here. So as long as he's alive, I'll be in DC. Doggies never die. They just fade away. I don't know when we go to South Korea, but I think soon with Ham's energy. He always is. Hey, did you do that yet? Did you do it? You just called me 5 minutes ago. I would imagine soon. I have a concert I'm going to next Tuesday that I'm looking forward to with a friend, and I hope we don't go before that. I'm raising money for this gold company, and they're going to have a gathering in Las Vegas, and I'm hoping somehow to figure out my emails, direct messages. I think it's the kind of investment many of you might be interested in. It's a small raise, 4 million, 4 cents a share, and I think it's nano gold, refractory gold, but it could be the biggest discovery in the world. And that sounds fanciful, I know. But if the technology works, which it looks like it does, it's a big deal. The money raises to build a pilot plant, and instead of talk, just produce it. Produce the gold for 90 days. And then you'll have the data from 90 days or whatever, however long, and a major could buy it. And I actually think $4, $5 might be cheap, but it's 4 cents is the offering. Anyway, we're all going to go to Las Vegas and then visit the mine in Nevada, which is where most of the gold is produced in the United States. So I hope it's after that or before that trip. And then I'm going to go down. I hope to go down to visit Netherlands and Zjyl at the beginning of March. So anyway, I've got 3 things I want to do. Hopefully the trip can not interrupt any of those. Well, I don't think God gave us our brains so we can be foolish. I'm not saying trust this. That's the funniest expression, trust the science. There's no such thing. Even in science, there's no such thing. Every bit of scientific data, as a theory anyway, is peer reviewed. And until it's peer reviewed, nobody believes it. Look at Copernicus, look at Einstein, look at the God particle, look at Jonas Salk. Look at all of it. It's all met with skepticism. So it's the silliest thing, trust the science. And even science is not black and white. If I asked most of you, you would say that human civilization started 200,000-300,000 years ago, or so. I don't know. Maybe you'd shorten it a lot on that, but it's quite possible that the Great Flood buried a civilization prior to that was human. We don't know. Science is not definitive. On the other hand, it's what we have. It's what we have. I don't know, Ryan. I'm not enough knowledge of all things biblical, but some people tell me that he will come back and clean everything up. Well, I hope so, for all the other animals. That's exactly right, kitties. You'll never hear a scientist tell someone to trust a scientist. Well, that's true, but I notice we don't do a very good job at solving the world's problems either. It just seems to be just trying to make it better every day, every generation. The problems exist. There's an island somewhere. I don't think it's in the Caribbean. I think it's further south, but it might be in the Caribbean. The island somewhere that's just full of snakes. Ugh. Man has never landed on the moon. I don't know. I think Buzz Aldrin said that, and he was one of the ones that did. What's weird is we stopped going, and now we're having such a hard time replicating just sending a lander. But there's one going, I guess, with Elon Musk right now. I don't know how I feel about that. I've heard, I don't know. They did so many. If they were going to do a fake moon landing, wouldn't they just do it once? And why would they do a dozen of them? A dozen fakes? I saw the moon rock. Hey, Sunil. That's not him. That's not him. Well, I mean, you're speaking to my heart there. I think, I think prayer is very important, and I also think this guy Graham Hancock, who has written many books. I've read, I think, all of them. There was one I didn't finish, but the others I couldn't wait to read. And he talks about with Robert Bauval. They speak. They came up with a theory about the pyramids and the alignment of the pyramids and the alignment of the Nile. That it's basically Leo. It's the belt of Orion. The Sphinx was facing Leo when, and that they're very, very old, either 25,000 years, 75,000 years old, because they go back with that theory. They go back with computer recreations of the stars, and they align the Milky Way for the Nile, the Sphinx, and that's where it's aimed, and then the pyramids for the belt of Orion. Anyway, it's all very old, and it's fascinating. But to get to the point, this Graham Hancock guy. He's at least he used to be. He smoked pot, and he's a great writer. He believes the Ark of the Covenant, for example, is in Ethiopia. He's a great researcher. He has a wonderful wife. He spent many years diving off of the coast of Japan, in the Caribbean, deep, because when the flood came, it was 400 feet of water almost overnight. Anyways, to me, he's fascinating, and he gives great talks. But one thing he did is go down to Brazil and get a shaman, and he did it many times. And he took this drug, ayahuasca. I'm not a drug taker, so it doesn't interest me. But he took ayahuasca, and he went through these trips, and he did it with other people. And it's gross what it does to your body, but apparently it's a spiritual trip. And one of the reasons he believes it's really a spiritual trip and not just some sort of hallucination is everybody sees the same thing. Essentially, it's not like everybody's having a different view. Anyway, the thing that stood out to me is he met this beautiful woman who was actually a large blue serpent or snake, but she was Mother Earth. She was our protector, and she warned him that for our future and for the Earth's future. And anyway, I don't know that really relates to what you're saying, MKC, but I do think we have to pray. I do think we have to pray. And I'm not good at it, but I think we have to seek help elsewhere. I don't think what our five senses see about the world is all that is there. Yeah, I don't. Well, I'm drinking coffee. That's a drug. And I drank for essentially 40 years. Maybe a little bit less than that, but something like that. So that's a drug. And I just timed you out. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, that's a good point. It's a good point. You think Hancock is a loon? He's a loony. All right. All right. I don't know. I don't know. It scares me. It scares me, but we apparently only use 5% of our brain and the rest is all subconscious. So maybe, and I've been fighting it for the last 2 years, maybe a little bit longer, maybe 4 years, all these negative thoughts that just repeat and repeat. And you do everything to, it's just, so maybe you're right, Moneymaker. I don't know. I get so scared by it though. Yeah, he was having lunch at I can tell you. I got to find it. Oh, I thought it was 1:30. He's having lunch at 2:30. So he's at lunch right now. But when he's driving home, he'll call in. So I don't know if I have the staying power to go. We'll see what happens. Sorry about that. I thought it says here lunch. They made the plans yesterday, and it says here 1:30. It actually says 12:30, but I don't know if he's joking, but he had to meet his ex-wife for lunch for her birthday. So he's doing 2:30. Well, maybe he'll come on just in time for the close. We'll see. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. If you could open up your brain, that would be, and that's what Moneymaker is basically talking about. It opens up part of your brain. I don't know. I'd be afraid of, one of my favorites. Oh. I wanted to rescue her. Amazing. But she destroyed her brains. She destroyed her brains. Let's see if we can find one of her lyrics. He had a terrible father, in my opinion. It's so small I can't read it. Fame. Every bad situation is a blues song waiting to happen. She was beautiful before all the tattoos. And the drugs. Here, let's see. The room was small. It got smaller as I grew. The man was right when he said it was all you. You and I in you, and in doing this, I'm telling you when. Why did you take my breath before I could begin? I lay back in the sheets, engulfed in my bed, cover my swollen face, my cumbersome head, seeking escape in my solitary keep, but my heart remains bruised. You still hurt me in sleep. You still hurt me in sleep. In my dreams I could fly. Now I stay above clouds, confined to the sky. In slumber I'm restless. I'm finished and small, and whatever you tell me, I'm waiting to fall. I'm waiting to fall. But how hard I have fought against you, no matter. I think I'll be caught. See, it's one of her lyrics. My fiance, Blake Civil Fielder, oh God, that guy was so bad for her. Meet you downstairs in the bar and her. We were never pleased that Amy had tattoos, but Mitch warmed to them after she got one of his mom, Cynthia, dressed as a dancing girl, and one that simply said, Daddy's girl. And I like the oh, so sad. So sad. Here's another one, built to last. Even though I was thoroughly intoxicated, I didn't misjudge you. The call was ill-fated, and although you may have been physically alone, you acquired indifference that I heard down the phone. Just how was it awkward? I admire your will. Again, I proved weak and got my fill. But may I just mention that you cheated too, and you said it would be sweet when all this was through. I think that you misunderstood like only you could. Then again, I darked you out, effed it up without a doubt. But what could I expect from you? You took everything I threw. Put behind our complex past, just as well I'm built to last. What, you couldn't walk up to the Leicester Square? We were so close. You were practically there. So now I look desperate. Well, maybe I am. But I wanted to see you, to make it cool. Damn. It could have gone smoothly. It wasn't a pass. But you couldn't tell with your head up your... I used to be better at reading the signs, but now there's too much between the lines. Dealing with these feelings now, all my discarded heart allows. Amy, Amy, Amy. I wish she hadn't died. I think her music would be amazing today. Anyway, enough Amy Winehouse. Enough Amy Winehouse. That could be meditation. We need something. All right, let's go down. So that means Ham might not be on for another 2:30, 2, 3. I'd say another half hour anyway. Well, people do drugs, medication, other things, possibly to get where you're trying to go. Everybody tries in their own way. Fngr double top at 260. Do you see that there, Mark? Let me look at the chart on Fngr. Let me look at the chart. Look what they did with Telo. They totally got trapped. They ran, you saw bids at 30, 35, 33, 98, and they halted trading. And they ended up crossing it. They still lost money, but they didn't lose that much money. And that's what makes me worried about these stocks. Fngr. I wish I had bought calls. Fngr is headed to $3. And then it's going to be 320. Then it's going to be 350. And then it's going to be $4. And then it'll struggle between 4 and 450. That's what I think. Fngr's going up. Fngr looks like it's going up. Yeah, Fngr's doing well, and I think it's going higher. I don't see, Mark, I don't see that as bearish. I don't see it that way. I think that's, you might get a pullback because they'll fight it, but that looks like a, it's really a shitty one, but it's like a declining wedge, kind of. And then it goes sideways. And now you're seeing higher lows and higher highs. Volume hasn't really picked up. Technical indicators look really good. I think she's going to 3,320. $263. To me, Fngr looks like it's going up, boys and girls. And I didn't buy calls this time. The time to buy calls was during February, even January, but certainly over the last 2 weeks, while it looked grim. Now the premiums will be back in there. But next, it won't go straight up, but next stop or the next pause, I think, will be between 4 and 450. And it might go sideways there. That's where, to me, that's where the resistance that means anything begins, between 4 and 450. So you got a double from here. Yeah, the RSI looks good. Technicals mean nothing to criminals. Neither do your feelings. Your feelings don't mean anything to them either. Meet you upstairs in the bar and herd. Oh. This Fibonacci, it works. It works. It works. It's just so hard to remember it all. Yep, $3 next. It looks good. Let's look at, I need to get it for my computer so we can do it together. Let's look at CAUD. Looking good. That has hit the 50-day moving average and quite reasonably pulls back. I think if it gets above $1, it's hard to read. They don't really give you the dollar price here. I'd say $1.20. It's not totally clean sailing. $1.20, it's gonna have a hard time getting to $1.50. If it gets through that, 220. It's hard to tell exactly, roughly 220. Could be a little bit of a pause, but really, if it breaks through 120, I can see CAUD going all the way up to $8. That's 8 smackers from $1.20. It's not the best pattern. I can't discern anything with my limited skills, but it kind of looks like I can't give you what pattern it is, but once it breaks through the 50-day moving average, I don't think there's a lot of resistance. There's a couple of points, but I think the 810 level represents the 200-day moving average for what it's worth. And I think that's where we're headed. 8 smackers on CAUD. And then let me look at, let's look at GTII. Well, if it goes any lower, it's going to break the bottom of the page. That's sort of a double bottom, sort of. Because it's not over. Whatever that's doing is not over yet. I'd say that's one to accumulate. All right, and then how about Telo hits a new low? Oh, there's nothing to see here. No, thanks. I can't tell. What a disaster. They manipulated that so much. Can't tell anything. Let me do logic, which I think's the next trade on our calendar. I think logic will be a bang up trade, mate. It looks good. It's up and it's been steady on. 4 cents is the next little buttress. If it gets above that, that'll be support. I mean, if these things matter anymore. 6 to 8, you'll have some hesitation, like a car with water in the fuel line. And then I'd say 14 to 16. 16 cents fills the gap. 16 cents. And the 200-day, 19 cents. I don't know if that really, I suppose it matters, but it looks like 24 cents is the recent high. And maybe if it broke through there, that would be fun. But anyway, whatever happens when news is released, any trade you make is a good one. And I would say 6 to 8, it doesn't pose much problem, but that'll be the first hesitation. And then I would guess you'll at least be able to get 15 cents, 14, 15, 16 cents, and possibly 25 cents. Maybe higher, who knows? And then let me try one more. I want to see HNRC, which is getting killed. It's getting moitered. That one doesn't look good. That one doesn't look good. You can argue it's a declining wedge, which it's really a fat wedge. It's not that clear. But that's a bullish sign, and it could pop out of that level. But I would accumulate it, but I don't see anything in the chart that means you have to buy it right away. All right, enough charting. Yeah, Wolf they have 1.2 billion shares short. Can you imagine? And they'll just short more. The key to this whole game from the other side, the bad guys' side, they just have to keep selling. And if Mark's correct, what he said about GTII, see how that works. The stock runs way, way up. They just have to keep selling, breaking the law, keep breaking the law. They know Gary Gensler is indifferent. They know that Cool Tooth Culberson or whatever his name is at OTC is not going to do anything, and no one's interested. Journalists say it's just meme stocks, so no one really listens. But that's the thing; they just keep selling, and that's what I think they're hoping with Wolf. What are they hoping? Maybe the nuclear power plant that they use the energy nearly for free has a meltdown? I don't know. I wouldn't touch HNRC with a 10-foot pole. Well, that's useful. You got your airtime. You don't give your reason. I think the risk I see in HNRC is he might have done a toxic convertible note or a toxic offering with warrants some time in his past. I don't know. There's no evidence other than the way the stock trades. But Spock here, I'll give you the reasons why I like it. And I'll try to maybe I can read it verbatim so that I got to go get my charger. So you know I'm not making it up. But I mean it's useful. Your summary is very useful. It contains a lot of factual information. Let me see. I guess if I go to disclosures, quarterly report. I'm not saying you're wrong, Spock. I'm just saying your analysis is rather thin. It's a lot of stock authorized. All right, that doesn't help. Let me go to public relations, mate. We'll go to the public relations. All right. On January 3, an updated. All right, here. January 3, Spock here. The company has filed for a name change, which won't do anything to the stock price, and a CUSIP change. That doesn't change anything. They acquired Cunningham Energy, which increased HNRC's net asset value by $1.70 a share. Just that one acquisition. Here's where I do worry. They have just completed the 2 years of audited statements for NASDAQ or NYSE uplist in 2004 with an underwriting commitment of $10 million. That's the one. If they did that with a guy like Jeff Easton or a guy like Seth Kramer, it's all over. But it doesn't, I've searched and hunted and searched and I can't find that answer. The company completed an asset spinoff to shareholders, which was Worldwide Diversified Holdings, a majority-owned subsidiary, and filed with the SEC for registration for the shares to be traded in the first quarter of 2024. All right, so that was one bit of news. The key highlights on January 10th. This is in public, Spock here. CNRC, that's now the new name instead of HNRC, or eventually will be. Owns 100% of Cunningham Energy, Inc., 30,000 acres. This is in an area where I own I did a lease deal, and I own the royalty interest, the overrides in, well, right now it's 3 wells. It could get bigger, but I don't think so. So I know a lot about that area. They're not barn burner wells, but on the other hand, they always hit. Every time you drill, it works. And if they drill horizontally, that's even a surer thing. It has a valuation of $352 million if they drill 68 wells. And I can't see any reason why they won't be able to raise money in a tax program over time. They also invested in HNR Acquisition Corp, that's HNRA. On February 11, 22, they closed their IPO. They completed a business combination at the end of 23, Pogo Resources LLC, and its subsidiary LH Operating. They're in the Grayburg Jackson oil field in the Permian Basin in New Mexico. 20 million in revenues, positive cash flow of 4 million for the last 9 months, and total assets were 70 million. And then they have proved reserves of, it's like 400 million. Then CNRC has 40% in Rhino Energy. Great management team, global expertise, 27 countries. And they have a Canadian presence now. They have a 9% interest in Cunningham Mines. That's a placer claim known as the Nugget Trap Placer Mine in the British Columbia. The recent assay, independent, indicates an average of 25 grams of gold per meter. I can't quickly do what that is, ounces per ton, but that sounds pretty high. And they have silver. They moving forward with that. They own a 10% in the Karuba Copper Mine Company, and that has an enterprise value of $60 million. Okay, that's a recent. And if we go back last year, shoot. Okay. On November 14th, Spock here, they put out their highlights for Q3. Total revenues reached 15 million, although I wonder if part of that's a one-off. But anyway, reached 15 million. That was a 5% increase. Earnings for the 9 months was 9 million. That was up 9%. Earnings per share was 6 cents, up from 5 cents. And the company achieved a net asset value of 62 cents per share in Q3 2003. Now remember, they closed the other business combination, which added $1.70. So when you add those two together, they have over $2 in net asset value. Realized a 15-cent per share in current energy and assets held by subsidiary, with the potential for a 10% per share future dividend. Now, what does that mean? I don't know. If it's 10% on 3 cents, that's not very impressive. If, on the other hand, it's 10% on the NAV that's stated here of 62 cents, imagine a 6 cents cash dividend. There's not enough information here, but they have 15 cents per share. There are a few more shares out, but I expect a cash dividend soon. There's a risk it'll be in the form of stock. But anyway, Spock here. I don't know. Those are my reasons. You're welcome to give your analysis now. I'll take it now, or you can do it later. On December 11th, they announced they completed the business acquisition with HNRA. On November 15th, it was a privately owned company. I already read it to you that way. 2020 baseline production level was 500 barrels of oil equivalent per day. 20 million in revenues, 4 million in net income, assets of 70 million. With the acquisition completed, HNRA will report its first consolidated financials for the year ended 23. All right, here comes Sam. Then they're going to declare a dividend of HNRA in 24 to us. All right, I got to get the stupid speaker lined up again. All right, get on the highway. He's going to get on the highway. He's heading on down the highway. He's heading on down the highway. I can't remember those words.
Battery 30%.
All right, when he
Connected
calls in.
to Bill's iPhone.
No, you haven't missed Ham. Ham's coming now. Well, that's it. I mean, stock again. That's not analysis. That's a question. It's a good question. My opinion is the reason it's down here could be they did a toxic note, and that's the only thing I can think. And if they did, it's going to be a long way back up. But I think the other reason it's down is I think shorts listen to these calls and they take advantage of us. Whenever we buy and it goes up, they sell it down because they're evil. They act in a very evil way. They're gleeful doing that. And they're just pests. They're ticks on society. They're parasites on society. The only other thing, and Spock, the problem with your statement is you believe at your core that everything you need to know is in the price of the stock. That somehow, through the magic of an efficient market, the stock price tells you everything to know. And you, being Spock, you don't have to do any work. You don't have to do due diligence. You don't have to think. Just look at the price. Well, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Why did Warren Buffett buy Geico at below $9, if I remember, or Washington Post at 19, I think? A long time ago. It's not because the stock price was telling everything. It was mispriced. So I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, you could be right with your knee-jerk negative. I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. And if it's so good, why is it trading at 2 cents? Those are great. Welcome to your life. But I would argue there's a lot more going on. And Spock, one reason I believe value could be created almost out of nothing is because for a while, nobody was buying oil and gas assets. He was. And to the extent he latched on to a couple of things, that value can be reflected in the stock price. But if your friends, because I'm wondering if you're part of them, if the geniuses who counterfeit shares got control of this, it might be a long slog back up. But I do appreciate the depth of your insight. I do. I mean, the FINRA data doesn't show a lot of shorting going on in terms of percentage of volume, but it's a lot of stock over the last 30 days, 200, 300, 500, 700, 1.2 million, 1.5, 1.8, 2.2, 2.5, 3 million. You know, they shorted 3 million shares over the last 30 days. That might be why it's 2 cents a share. And remember, all they have to do is just keep selling. And then we get genius responses. If the numbers are so positive, why is it 2 cents? A CEO has to report everything. A CEO has to tell the truth or he's going to jail. But a criminal just has to sell. They don't even have to locate the shares. All right, you're live.
I'm here. What's happening? All right, who cares? Anyway,
I don't know what's happening. I'm looking for stock prices, but I don't know.
Anyway, I just had lunch with Dennis Neal. Is that how you say it?
Neil, yeah, Keneal.
Keneal, sorry.
Well, no, it's Neil. You say it, Neil, but it's spelled with a K.
Very nice guy, and I educated him beyond belief. There was smoke coming out of his ears. And my idea for him is to have CEOs of public companies come on for 30 minutes and just question them about what happened to their companies. Like, for example, MULN, CELU, whatever, Fngr, whatever company it can be.
That's a great idea.
And this way he can expand the audience because every shareholder of those companies would want to hear what he has to say.
I think that's a great idea. And if he just had them tell their story, they don't even have to judge it. People eventually realize, why is this going on?
And you said I was stupid.
I never said that.
I was 2 minutes. I gave the guy an idea.
I was never convinced with your writing skills.
That I told him. I sent him a bunch of information. I said, don't worry about it. I write like a third grader. You know, you're talking to a guy who worked for the Wall Street Journal, who produces content at the highest level, then he has me. A buffoon.
Yeah, but he needs content. You can provide content.
That's exactly what it is. Content is king. That's the most important thing when you're in the media business, right?
Or when you're Meghan Markle. Sorry.
Right.
A non-sequitur.
That's how it works. But anyway, you know, so as far as that's what's going on. William, I did reach out to the guy who gets my international tickets, so I will get some dates for you shortly about going.
All right.
And have to, you know, you're gonna have to answer that quickly. So when I get home, I'll figure that out. As far as what we're seeing is South Korea is definitely in this game to win it. And now they're locking up and raiding offices. That's the headline that should be in the U.S.
Well, do you think
Lynn Partner's office raid? The Crane is raided. It should say Yorkville should be raided. Savvy Management dragged out of his condo in Fisher Island by his hair. That's what it should be saying. But South Korea is saying.
So a guy like Chuck Gasparino would argue it only happens in South Korea, not here. Do you think that's believable, that it's not happening here?
Yes, I believe everything that idiot says. Yes.
Yeah.
Listen, I spoke to the reporter. He wanted me to do this, that, and the other thing. And I said point blank, if you don't want to do this, just remember, you're sending all retail investors to be wiped out.
Yeah.
They're going to be slaughtered. You know, this is your duty. I'm passing it on to you. If you want to do it, that's what it's about. I said, you can't own all the stocks. You can't do this. And I said, you need to educate them and stop them from being slaughtered. If the government doesn't want to protect, you'll have to do it. Let them know what's going on. That's what I told them.
Yep.
It's up to you. You want to do it? Do it. You don't want to do it? I don't really care. You have to live with that, not me.
Where'd you guys go eat? At the burger place underneath where he lives?
Now, a Mexican place, if anyone knows Brooklyn, we were by the Battery Tunnel.
And did you really have lunch with your ex-wife?
Me?
Yeah, that's what you said in the text message. Oh no, that was him. That might have been him. It says it was her birthday, ex-wife. Maybe that
wasn't me.
Okay, it wasn't me. Yeah, that's what they always say. It wasn't me.
But hold on. So just trying to get through this traffic around here and to get away. But yeah, so it went great, and I brought him up to speed on many things, and he couldn't believe it. I brought up the IMMU with the breast cancer, and Fronstein, I said that's pure evil for doing that. Charlie Gasparino is pure evil. Who would piss on people who have lost everything? What do you gain from doing that? Nothing. Someone needs to answer. Is this true what's going on? He did say he can't believe that Fngr and the SEC is stonewalling everyone, and that itself is pure evil itself.
Right.
So he understands the MMTLP. I tried to bring him down a few pegs on that, and the whole subject is that, hey, you can't go too deep down the rabbit hole. No one's going to understand what you're talking about. I said naked short selling is a term that Wall Street has created to make people think that this is a legitimate form of short selling. It's just basically, they just changed the name and so that no one would understand it. It's counterfeiting. I showed him the cover of Forbes from 1988. He couldn't believe it's going on that long. It's 36 years. You know, once you start to see this stuff, and, you know, I told him, I threw a dart and I picked the company you lost $10,000 in. You know, yeah, he couldn't believe it. You know, I said, think about that. I told him that I actually did a report, posted about GameStop. I told him GameStop was not a retail short squeeze. It was hedge funds doing it. I think that's the first time because everyone's blaming Roaring Kitty for doing this. Complete nonsense. It was hedge funds, Wall Street hedge funds killing other hedge funds. That's all it was. And they blamed that poor kid from in his basement. It dragged him in front of Congress. You know, so again, there's a lot of things we spoke about. I just kept doing it. And I think he understands what was going on now.
I did an interview with him with this guy. I was really impressed by him. And he's got a great following, Dennis Neal.
No, listen, he's smart as a whip.
And he's all over this battle, you know, that you don't have to convince him.
No, he's all in. And I told him there's, you know, to expand the audience, just pick a stock. You know, there's how many people own MULN? I don't know, 500,000 people worldwide. They'll all start following you. Then you go to CELU. Maybe
how come you didn't give me that idea?
Well, that's what you should be doing. I says, I'm not trying to make a living from this. I just want to educate and move along. Once everybody knows it, I'm gone. See you later. If you could take the idea, at the time he moves on it, you can actually corner the market on it. But so go for it.
Oh, I'm halfway between you and he because I'd like to have more things to talk about, but he's got a business he's building. There's enough room for everybody to build a business. There's
Well,
enough room.
good. I told him he should do a show. The homes of the naked short sellers. That'll be a great show. This is what they do with your stolen money. There you go.
He could be that, like that guy, that British guy, the homes of the rich.
Right.
And,
The lifestyles of the rich and famous.
what was that guy's name? I can almost remember. He's British.
I don't remember. Anyway, what's going on with finger motion today? Let's start with that one.
He, I don't know if Jenny's listening to you, but she sent me a very thankful text, and so she says hello. Let me look up the price. God, there's so many stocks here. GTII is 21.5. Telo is $8.15. ZJYL.
Listen, TELO, let's not talk about that anymore.
It's
If you
done.
want to play it, you can buy the dip. This looks like the dip. It's still, everything still looks good, but I'm not talking about it anymore. It's over with.
I figure that one's done. They sorted the imbalance.
It'll turn again, but I don't know when. They wake up when they wake up. Remember, the company has to make noise soon, so that may be the next leg. So I expect that, it has to be coming sooner or later, right?
ZJYL is 8, basically $7.99. Are you out of your mind? And
What's the volume? What?
let me see. Volume is 276. The high was 869.
So 276 is like 10,000 shares, right?
Oh, well, yeah, maybe a
Now,
little.
listen, William, there was a filing yesterday on CJYL.
It was just ownership. I couldn't tell when I read it. It doesn't look like he added to it, but he basically owns the whole darn company. It's like 121 million shares.
So people own all the shares,
Yeah.
and there's no one selling. You tell me what that means. These guys are not stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
So again, I expect that to go when it pops. So you got to be in it to win it. It's like a lottery. So
let me give you Fngr.
if you wanna play it,
chart.
then
Fngr's chart. We discussed while you were having
Eating
lunch.
lunch.
I think Fngr's chart looks good. It's at 257.
Oh, nice.
And it was as high today as 263, low 232.5, volume 239. 5.
So yesterday, William, I said I was buying stock at what level, William?
220, I think.
Oh my
221.
goodness, you got what kind of mind do you have?
Zero when it comes to remembering.
$2.30.
Oh, 230. Yeah, that's right. I remember it now. I remember it well. You wore red. No, it was blue.
So, these things have a way where they stop going down, and that's the sign. And you know what? The CEO's working on the who knows what business they're working on, but they have things that they're working on going in other countries. The dividend is coming up. I figure enough time has passed, and the washout is over with. So that's why I made that decision.
Oh, it was Robin Leach. That's right, Robin Leach.
Robin Leach. Yeah, very good. You remind me of Robin Leach.
Oh, no. You remind me of Mike Milken. Ever seen a picture of him?
What's his name? I'm Tattooed, the guy from the plane, the little Fantasy Island guy. I'm like, what's his name? Gasparino. That's me.
Either that or Hulk Hogan.
The plane, that's me. It's the naked short. It's the naked short. Like that guy says, all I do is yell naked short. Well, that's what I do. What do you want me to say?
Yeah, I wonder what
idiot would be selling. You remember in Fngr motion, everyone, the real short went from 1.5 million back up to 1.8. I couldn't post that. I told everybody. So for those who think I don't follow the short interest has increased in Fngr motion So they were pressing their bet at the low, and guess what? It turned on them again. 2 million shares short, 1.8 was the it's going to be, what's the volume today? 200,000? I don't even know.
On Fngr,
Yeah.
239.6.
So think about that. 2 million to buy. That's going to be, we're only trading 200,000, but that's going to make a nice pop in the stock when they start to cover that. Forget the naked short at 205 million. Now, if you look at it and you say, okay, why are they borrowing shares, paying money to borrow shares? You know it's not a short seller that's not part of the crime family, right?
That's right.
It's related to them. Why are they borrowing shares instead of just naked shorting now? Well, I got to believe that they're getting, hiding the naked shorts is getting a little tougher all the time. So they expanded into borrowing shares, and now we can actually see them, what they do. They really don't like people to see what they're doing, but they did here.
Sunil wants to know if Fngr's going up because of the special dividend.
I would think so. And it's going up because they beat it down from 7 unfairly. And the price discovery is that benchmark, and their research report said it's worth 5. It's $2.58.
Well, that's funny you say that. The chart looks like, I know you think the charts don't work, but it looks like it's on its way first to 3, then to 450, and then gets to, that's without any special things going on.
Why don't you just say it looks like it's on its way back to 5? You got to give me all the stupid levels that mean nothing.
Yeah, that's true.
Are you just trying to make conversation? Are you one of those guys when you were in college that when you wrote a report, you added a lot of words to it?
No,
So
I was never. I was never one. I was never one to do that, but I did. I did do an economics. I answered in longhand. The exam's an hour and a half writing in a blue book, and I got at the end of it, and I realized my whole calculation was entirely wrong. And it was one question exam. I went up to the professor. I said, I have the wrong answer. And he was kind enough to allow me to retake the exam.
Well, I'm like Hemingway, like you said. I just pound the keys. If you tell me to write 5 pages, you get a paragraph, and there's your answer. That's it.
You would do very well in the Middle East because a lot, and in China, at least one of my Chinese clients, because you have such a great memory. They always have a really good memory for information and data. We guys like me, I remember what I want to remember.
Well, again, I you know, you find stocks, you find a level, you tiptoe into it, and you wait for them to turn. And you know what? Benchmark said it's worth 5. It's trading at $2.30. I have to believe it's got to be worth more than $2.30 when they're saying 5. They're the financial analyst, right? I'm going based on their report. We had the Capybara fake report. And by the way, I did ask Mark Zjyl, where the hell's the judge on this? He says the judges rule when they rule. He can't do it. He has no say on it. So we can't get any answer on that. They defaulted, but we're just waiting for the judge. And once the judge rules on it, then you can go to Mmtlp and go get them. So Capybara's future is going to be on the run.
Like the band.
Right.
VO Warrior says one of these days GTII, pow, straight to the moon. Well, we'll see.
Well, I had a little tidbit about that, but I have to keep it secret. So I'm sorry.
ZJYL is getting smacked. Fngr is moving good. Any news with Fngr? I don't know that ZJYL is getting smacked.
I just cut some guy off. He gave me the finger.
I don't think ZJYL's really getting the prices down, but that's not a lot of volume. So smacked would be a lot of volume to me anyway.
Okay, as a trader, after seeing a spike the other day to 12, I would be a buyer on the dips. Buy the dips, sell the rips. That's how I do it. So if you wanted to play and make your own decision on it, and you want to learn how to trade, you buy one share. It costs you $8, right? You can buy the dip, and when it runs back up, imagine if it was, when it runs back and you pay 8 and it goes back to 9, you say, you know what, imagine if I bought 2,000 shares next time. I could sell it at 9, I make $2,000. Or you could sell one at 9. Now you own it at 7, and you can hold on to 1,000 and let it go a lot further. That's how you play. And lower your risk, lower your risk, lower your risk. Lower your risk means take money off the table.
I always date the drips. Honey, lemon, olive oil. Okay, that's a good one. Hey,
So I told you I had a friend buy 100,000 TELO at $6, right?
Where did he get out?
I don't kiss and tell.
All right.
But he was nice enough to donate for our trip to Asia.
Did you at least wash up afterwards? No.
Well, he gave us the trip. So what more can you say?
We're gonna go do that.
I helped him, he helps us. That's how it works.
That's perfect, DZ stud rack. That's exactly another way to do it. All right. New tweet from Avid about ZJYL. Well, do you mind if I don't look it up? Because I don't know. I'm tweeting. I don't know how to find it quickly. Hi, Ambi. That's a great dog. Ham has a dog looks like your dog, only slightly different color, I guess.
Hey, William,
what?
Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. Barum has that one. That's from Richard. It's not legal advice. He told me that one.
Well,
there's the school bus New York is so crazy. A school bus is trying to get over on the BQE here, and people won't let them go to the left. A school bus. If you come to New York, you better understand what you're getting into for those who move here.
I would live in a neighborhood and not have a car. I would just Uber.
Oh.
Thank you, Kyle. Hey, Johnny V. Whistle while you work. Wouldn't that be terrible to whistle while you work? I can't imagine something worse. I wouldn't want to be near you, hearing the same stupid song over and over again.
Well, you know what, William? I just want people to understand, and I'll say what I heard. I just don't want, the bad people are calling around to shareholders again in GTI looking for their stock. I'll leave it at that.
Well, that's a great thing for GTII. But looking at the bigger picture, what these criminals that people say, oh, the stock's down, why is the price down? If it's all so good, why is it? Well, all these guys have to do is keep selling. When it runs up, just keep selling. And then as soon as everyone starts going, oh gosh, the stock's not worth anything, they buy it back. It's a brilliant criminal strategy. It really is.
When I spoke with Dennis, William, he's met with Johnny Tobacco, and I asked him, just ask Johnny Tobacco. Pretty easy question. He was a stock loan guy. Who's his top 5 criminals in the stock loan business? Who are the real dirtbags? If you're loaning out shares, you'll know who they are, right? Somebody will know who the bad guys are, right?
I would imagine it was Jeffries, Bear, but Bear's gone. Goldman, maybe. Maybe Wells Fargo. Do you think Wells Fargo got into it?
Let me answer this question, William.
RBC? I don't know.
Jeffries is not a major equity firm.
So why are they around?
How are they actually loaning out shares? You need to have shares to loan them out, right?
How does Capital One lend out money? They make it up. Capital One, when they send you that thing and you open your account for $300 and you send in your fee and they give you the statement, you can borrow $200 and whatever, $40. It's all made up. That's in there. That's what
Well, I look
Jeffries
at the
does.
stock loan as that Interactive Brokers is offering 10 million shares. Whose shares are they offering?
Just made up.
So there's an example of a bad guy, right?
Telo hits
Day
the
trading.
moon.
I told you day trading firms have no securities that they can lend out, so they naked short without a borrow using the market maker exemption. That's where a lot of
That's all it
criminal
is.
naked shorts are from.
Well, so then
I-
why do we need market makers when we have computers? Why do we need liquidity when it only goes down, never goes up? Why do we need halts when it only drives the stock down? Why do we need high frequency effing trading? Look at that stock for 1 million shares that the guy bought the whole float, and you need high frequency trading in that deal?
They created a whole float.
I mean, they used to have 5-day settlement so that one back office could bike the physical shares from custodialship over to the other, make sure the signatures, the whatever that stamp was. It's all electronic now. You don't need that extra settlement time.
Yeah, they keep talking. They keep shortening the settlement time, but they never settle anything.
They never settle anything.
It can be instantaneous, but they still don't settle it.
Only if you're a girl. Only if you're from the South with a beautiful accent. Yeah, don't let them.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, the guy said, "Can we call you William?" I had a girlfriend from North Carolina that she used to call me that, William. But I don't really think I'd answer to it if a guy, particularly where I live, oh, William, I think I'd go the other way. That's the wrong David, a different David. But yeah, I will, not the wrong one, but that's not the trucker David. That's a different David. Yes, I have a place to put Lucky while we go to Korea. If I brought him with me, he'd probably turn into dinner.
They'll be serving us the dog. Hey, you have a lot of listeners. Tell them to give us any advice on, Seoul, South Korea. That's where we'll be.
Yeah. Wow. That's pretty cool. Hamster. Fngr is looking like it's ready to rock it. That's what one guy says.
Where is it, William?
261.
I guess he's right. It was 258.
And you bought it at 230.
I bought it at 230.
So Paul is asking, it seems like many short squeezes occur in after hours trading. How can retail participate in those spikes? I gave my answer, but what's your answer?
You want to participate, meaning buy it or sell it?
No, get out. Be able,
Just go to your platform and just whatever it is. I helped someone yesterday with Fidelity. there's a little button on the side that says aftermarket trades. Just move it over, make it live, and you can do whatever you want.
And you can have the same GTC order for both?
No, yeah, no, good till cancel doesn't work in the aftermarket.
All right, Paul. So that's where I said something misleading. I didn't mean to. So you can only do limit orders, day orders for it. Well, you could just put the order in.
Pre-market after hour orders will
expire.
Eventually will expire.
Yeah. So you can't do your GTC. So you'd have to cancel your GTC, do the trade for after hours.
And put it back out there as a good till cancel after the day's over.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to wake up in the morning and put it out there, maybe you get lucky and the thing explodes, you can make those trades. But you have it on your platform. If for those infidelities, it's on the left-hand side. I did it yesterday for somebody.
So we need a buy-in, Spiny says. Yeah, I guess. But in the case of ZJYL, I don't think enough time has gone by necessarily for the back offices to be all pissed off since the 20-1. But we're getting close, and maybe they'll start buying in. I don't know. I don't know. It'll happen as soon as I stop watching it, though.
Just remember, reverse stock split, you're zero, you're wiped out. The shorts are wiped out. The shorts are, profited. They get wiped. They lose their positions. When you reverse it back up, I just explained it to Dennis. I said, when they reverse it, let's say they lose 50% of the short, loses his position on the reverse. He's thrilled because now he's starting over at a higher level again. It's like repeat and rinse. It's the same thing. And that's the reverse. The forward split, you can see that it's not going away. The mess is bigger. And you just have to wait and let it see it play out. It almost broke out the other day at 12. The people that own the stock still own it.
You think Fngr goes over 3 this week or next? I do.
But I think that I think there's a lot of call options of 3. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
3,000, 3,400 of them.
Yeah, we looked at the chart.
I think the shorts who are short those calls, this move up could force them to start buying the stock because they have to hedge themselves. If they didn't hedge themselves, they will start hedging themselves, because if the stock goes through 3, they're going to be short, 3,400 calls times 100, right? Was it?
Right.
Whatever that number is.
So Ronnie's asking, and I guess I have to answer this more than you, but you can answer it too.
Yes, you tripped your chance to Mmtlp. Was that the same?
That's
question?
it. Mmtlp shares are at Fidelity. Should I move them over to the transfer agent? My answer
I'm
is
reading online.
yes.
They're all saying move your shares over.
I think you should. I am moving my paltry position from my IRA. I transfer it to my regular account on Friday, I think. And I called on Monday and the guy said, all right, we got it taken care of. I checked on it today and they hadn't done it. And in fact, he told me that it's $60. So anyway, there'll be I transferred $60, but they put a hold on it. So, or I could sell stock and they put a wait on that too. So anyway, on the 20th, I'm going to call and get mine shipped out. And I think you should do it. I don't think you risk anything in settlement. In fact, I could, if the lawyers on the other side were to say, well, Ronnie Atkins never tried to transfer his shares, so why should we pay him anything? Well, just try to do it. And that way you get that argument out of the way. Eddie says you need rest. Your streams are too long and you get too emotionally attached. Probably true. Probably true. Bezos is selling shares recently. Feels like
stop. He sold billions and billions of dollars worth of stock.
Do you think it's something coming with the market?
No, I just think that his ex-wife has been blasting out shares. He's blasting out shares. Hey, why would you even be around? Just keep selling, move along, get the hell out.
At some point, the market's going to give Amazon a PE ratio, maybe not a grocery store, but of a, just a normal revenue, safe revenue company. It's not going to be a high-tech company PE ratio.
Listen, Amazon is buying planes and delivering and trucks. They're actually hurting UPS and Federal Express, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think it's more UPS than Federal Express. Federal Express, I think it's more documents and stuff like that. But, people that use UPS and ground transportation, they're taking over the whole thing.
T. Lamar is asking, ZJYL, will it go over 12 eventually? It doesn't look bright to me.
If it doesn't look bright, you make your decision and you sell it.
Yeah. As I said to the other guy that asked, to me, the story's still intact. And I would rather wait for it to break one way or the other. If it falls to I don't know what, $4, I'm probably pretty sure it's not going to work with a lot of volume. But I'd like to see it break out with a lot of volume and see what happens. The story's still the same. Nothing's changed, just a week. So I'm willing to wait with my handful of shares. I can talk big.
How many shares do you have now? You had 17, so what do you have now?
I have 17. I actually bought 15 more. So I have almost 400 total shares. I had it in my IRA,
So everybody on this phone call is in the same boat. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. This game is being controlled by the big players.
Right.
And the shorts are manipulating, trying to get you, but you don't even count. Nobody on this phone counts.
That's the thing. The shorts can try to hurt us on that, but we don't matter. We don't matter in this one.
You have nothing to do with it. You're in the game, but you're just watching the game. The big boys are here. If the guy with 108 million or 110 million shares of stock, you think he's going to go away?
Exactly. I don't think there's any insider selling. And as far as I know, the whales, they're not going anywhere. And they as Ham said, it's a rumor they had 10 million pre-split. That's 200 million short. That's a huge problem.
What's the volume today?
I got to punch it.
300,000?
I've got to punch it. 305.
So 20 into that, what is
15,
it, like 10,000 shares?
15,000
shares?
Yeah.
That's what traded today. And I can rest assured that out of the 15,000, probably 12 of it was fake.
Now, this is an interesting question. If you're a trader, there's one answer. If you're long-term, maybe there's a different answer. But I think my answer is going to be that time kills every single effing idea you ever had. Here's the question. For every 401k long-term investor, the advice is, quote, time in the market is more important than timing the market, unquote. Do you agree? I just guess it depends on your horizon.
I am perfect at timing the market, at time in the market. I'm good at picking spots and stocks moving off of those spots. That's what I'm good at.
I think, as I said earlier, I think there's a potential for a real blow-off rally in the market, up. I mean, but I think that S&P could go to 7,000.
Your front tire is losing air. All right.
But after that, I think we could see something that's historic on the downside. I don't know when, but so I would like to be out of the market, not in it when that downturn happens. So I don't know. Time in the market is more. I do know that in the accounts that I didn't do anything with them in the blue chip stocks, those people did really well over 10 years. The accounts I traded, Mostly
Listen,
did well, but
I
not
had a
always.
woman who lived by me. I put her into Apple at $20 130 years ago. I remember
Wow.
it was Apple when they had those first big iMacs computers, whatever they call iMacs, whatever they were called.
Yeah.
And she bought it, and Eileen, I still remember, she never sold it. I don't know what it's worth today after all the forward splits, whatever they did, all the dividends. But she made a pretty penny, I assume.
So that guy with ZJYL, I do think it's going to hit 12. So I didn't answer your question. One of my biggest clients used to trade Apple 10,000, 20,000, 40,000 at a time. And I'm not on your side of the Wall Street, but I remember the price range was around $33, $36 a share. Now that you mention it, wow.
I remember it going down to 17. I remember we all thought it was.
Yeah, I remember it going down to 21 or something. And his wife, this guy's wife, said to him, "Why don't you just buy it and hold it? Why do you have to trade it?"
Well, that sometimes you buy and you hold. That's it. When you have a vision that you believe that it's going to work. I'm not a technology person at that time. I was a trader, and I we bought it, it ran up $3. See you later. Then we see it up $100. Like, whoops, we missed that one.
So this guy's Mark is pointing out Celeste's dad. The average mortgage for 30 years has surged over 7%. That's interesting. And I remember when 7% sounded like a great mortgage. But what's really
20?
Huh?
I remember it went to 20.
Same here. My first mortgage was a teaser rate of 11.5, which then went to 13 something, and then maxed out at 16 after like 6 months and a year and a half or something. But the real question is qualifying for mortgages. I think they're going to make it tougher and tougher to qualify.
That makes sense. I agree.
Is Ham coming on today? He's on.
I'm right here. What do you want to know? Let's go.
Um,
I'm in traffic too. I'm actually doing 3 miles an hour on the Bell Parkway. 3 miles an hour.
First steam train was 1804. I was asking that. Thank you. Just join. What in God's creation is William talking about? I don't remember.
No stock questions, nothing, nobody.
I'm looking. I just have to click them to be able to read them because my eyesight isn't. I'm getting my operation, but not. I haven't had it yet.
You know what, William? You would make a great Mrs. Doubtfire now that Robin Williams passed.
Oh, good Lord. I hated that. I hated that movie.
I'll get you a job as a nanny.
He was manic. He was good in Good Morning
Did
Vietnam.
did he commit suicide?
He committed suicide. He committed suicide. A man lay down by the sewer, and by the sewer he died. And at the coroner's request, they called it sewerside. That was one of my father's nightmare
So,
jokes.
William, growing up in Brooklyn, I have these long arms, right? And when we played stickball in the streets, the balls would go down the sewer.
You'd have to reach in.
You get a coat hanger, and you make a little circle at the end of the coat hanger. You straighten it out, and I would have to put my face against the sewer plate, put my arm through the holes, and fish the ball out of the sewer and pull it back up. I was an expert at doing that. Of course, I would go home and I'd checkerboard of black marks across my shirt and my face. And my mother would always scream at me, "Stay out of the sewer." I had the arm that could go through the hole, and I could reach down and get the balls.
Your mother had pretty good advice for you during your life.
Hey, we couldn't play. The ball was in the sewer.
You didn't listen to her all that much. This
I
hanging
told
moss.
this.
What? Go ahead.
I did a story. I grew up down the block from a place called the Rex Tavern, and I had no idea that the Maria Bartolomo's family owned it. I never saw it. I don't remember it when I was younger.
I bet she
I
was.
used to go to the bar. My uncle was the back in the time he was the bookmaker in the Rex Tavern, and I used to go there and sit down and eat in the dark bar. At 9 years old in a bar with my uncle.
She was probably cute as a button back then.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
So hanging moss says, I only had settled funds to buy 10 Telo at 518. Then I set a
Nice.
good to cancel order to sell 5 at 1044, and it went off yesterday. Now I have 5 free shares left. It's as easy as that. I think I'm learning that lesson from Ham as well, by the way. But I think if you learn that lesson as your accounts grow, you always trade on the margin. Trade for free. Trade for free. And don't hop from story to story necessarily, but don't let the losses get big. I bet Ham, well, I don't know Ham. He might have let some losses get big when he was a trader. I don't know.
No, I did not.
I
did not. I took my loss. Buying and selling is easy. Taking a loss is very hard.
Yeah.
So you got to you got to get it in your mind and learn what you're doing. For example, let's say I bought 3,000 Fngr yesterday at 230, right? It closed at 260. If I was trading 30 cents times 3,000 shares is $900.
Right.
How would you like to make $900 Monday to Friday, 5 days a week, right? It's almost $5,000 a week, right?
I could do that playing racket handball.
And then that's $20,000 a month. I mean, not every trade you're going to buy and it's going to go to the moon. In a Fngr motion, I'm looking for a short squeeze and a major event. So it's a little different. But normally, if I was trading a name that we didn't know anything about, I'm buying it because it got pushed down, and I think I'm going to buy it for a trade. Buying 3,000, 5,000 shares up 20 cents is $1,000. I'll see you later. 1,000, do it 3 times a day, 3,000 a day, 15,000 a week. It goes up quick. Breaking even is a good thing. When you're nervous, you break even. I have bought too much. I'm nervous about the market. Sell it out and break even. They won't. You can start over again. Don't be afraid to break even. Break even is a good thing. Many times I broke even. I was nervous. I told you the famous story about breaking even United Airlines. It used to be called the Legis back in 90.
I remember that one.
I don't forget. I don't know if it was 7 or 80. I can't remember what year it was. I think it was 87. And we bought 3 million shares, I think, 3 million. And I was told to be there. I didn't know why. We owned it. 1 week, 2 weeks, a month goes by. And we started tiptoeing out because we were nervous that we were too big in the name. We liquidated it at $97. We bought it at $95. We made a few bucks. As soon as we finished selling it, Marvin Davis made a $325 bid for it. I sold it at $97. When it went to $325, besides cursing that we missed it, we went out and bought the 325 calls. It was trading about 318. We said he was making a low ball bid. It's got to be worth more. We bought the 325 calls. Marvin Davis then canceled the bid and the stock got killed and the market crashed. It got me twice.
I would, when I traded, I don't have your skills, but I would just tell people, we're not going to be right. We'll get out. You have to leave a reason for the other person to buy it from you. And once we sold it, I tried not to even think about it going up. Of course, it's harder
Oh,
in
no.
my own account, but when I was trading for others, hey, we're out. You made a profit. Let's look for the next one. And
Here's your answer for everyone who's just learning how to trade. Get a little sticky, write it down. You never go broke making a profit, whether it's a penny, a dollar, 50 cents, or $100, whatever it may be. You never go broke doing that. You do go broke when you hold on and you're wishing and hoping, and we don't know the story. That's the problem. When you lose control, that's when you get nervous. And the shorts create these moments of doubt in stocks that I'm in. That's what they do. They're doing it in ZJYL. They're doing it in GDC. They did it in Fngr. They did it to GTI, CELU, you name it. Go right down the line, all of them. These stocks are being sold down unfairly by counterfeiters. Wait a second, William. I'm actually doing 6 miles an hour now.
put your hands at 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
By the time I get home, I'm going to have a full beard. I'll look like Abe Lincoln.
Dirty Mayo tweeted that Ham's on his way to Manhattan to meet a reporter. Well,
I sent the picture. I sent the picture from the BQE. Did he put the picture in?
I guess he did. I didn't look. I'm just looking. What's up with Fngr?
I gave him a nice picture. I was right by the Battery Tunnel. I took a nice photo of the city standing in traffic.
That's nice, Moneymaker. I like your name, Moneymaker.
My wife wants me to change Ham to shithead.
There's a book called something economics, radical economics, or common economics. Anyway, the last chapter is on how your name makes a difference, and how he did a study on people's names and how far they got in life. Anyway, one woman actually named her daughter something like Shy, and the last name was Tiad. So it was Shatid, called her Shatid, but it was really Shithead. And didn't think that that would be made fun of for the rest of her life. All right, your friend from various colleges and military academies says we are fighting too many rich and powerful, illegal, naked shorters. We need to concentrate on the weakest link, RICO, illegals, naked shorting schemes, the brokers who sold us counterfeit stock. Well, brokers don't actually sell it to you. They just intermediate on the trade. It's the other.
The brokers all are exposed because they owe you the shares. So once we sting the brokers, you can see how they fight back against you. GTII, for example, had a $2.75 warrant. That means if the stock was $9, you can send $2.75 to the company and you'll be able to get a share at $2.75. And who wouldn't want to do it to make $6.25, correct?
That's right.
But the brokerage firms told investors, if you buy it from the company, the shares in this warrant conversion, if you do it, we will not accept the shares from the company transfer agent into our brokerage account. And you would say, why not? They go, well, we just don't want to. And people did not exercise their warrants. So instead of the company raising $20 million, because that would have been a full conversion, they raised $3 or $4 million on that conversion.
Wouldn't that have been something if we had gotten to the point where they had 20 million? They could have gone and bought
The brokerage firms, right? They could have went out and just bought Apple stock and would have become Berkshire
Yeah.
Hathaway.
They could have bought
But the
NVIDIA.
Right. The brokerage firms would not allow investors to convert. And you say, why wouldn't they let you convert? Well, if the brokerage firms are short and they can't give you those warrants, right, because they never got delivery, that's a way for them to try to smother and make it go away. That's what they've done.
Ideally, we would have had a pool of money where each person could buy their warrants, sell, and make a profit, and we could have kept rolling like that. Anyway, it's a long time ago.
I'm
What-
just trying to show you how the brokerage firms are not protecting the crooks. They already, when they don't get delivery of the stock, that means they protected the crooks.
That's right. The whole system protects the crooks.
There you go.
It's like setting up the system to protect drug running out of Arkansas and put the cash in the bank. Oh, wait a minute. Tom M is asking, what is your opinion the best dividend or warrant that Fngr could distribute or use?
I don't know. I'm waiting to see it. I heard some, rumbles that they created something that's pretty good. I don't know what it is, though. I don't know. You need to bring lawyers in to figure out what the SEC, based on what the SEC is doing. I had no say in it. So I don't know what it is.
There's only 3 good lawyers out there, Rosa, Richard, and Mark. The rest are in on it.
I remember being in Hong Kong at a meeting with a bunch of Chinese guys with a couple of big bankers from New York. And these guys looked shady at the time. And I said to them, who's your lawyer? Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe? And then one guy goes, no, I never heard of him. The guys I was with couldn't stop laughing. They couldn't believe I said that to them.
Dewey, Cheatham, and how much? US 1 Tahoe is great. He's a good technician. He says there's some resistance at Fngr at 264. But that might be a chance to, buy some, whatever.
Hey, they want to give it to you. That's when you buy it. When they don't sell it, and you can see what happens, like a TELO for that gentleman who saw it yesterday. The thing just took off like a bat out of hell. You couldn't buy it. Look what they did. It was just out of control.
And then
right?
they controlled it by a halt. That seems so unfair. But hey, the system is protected.
If you had your stock out there for sale, you made a sale, right? Didn't that gentleman say he made a sale?
Yeah. That's
Put
true.
it good till cancel. It can't go past your number. Told you that.
Even while the halt is in effect?
You gotta put your stock out for sale before it gets to the halt or whatever the hell they're going to do.
Earlier, Fngr, the spread was only $0.015. Is that a bullish sign?
Well, they don't want to sell it. That's the problem.
Between the bid and the ask, yeah.
They tried it. They tried their best. They wanted to break it below 2. But one of my friends was nice enough to stand there every day trying to scoop up 100 or 200,000. He wouldn't allow him to do it. And guess what? They hit him, and they eventually gave up, and the stock turned.
That is very too much complication for me. But anyway, Ryan, I'm putting it up so people can read it. Research paradosis and grammateria. Okay. Okay, Wolf hit 272. Then they pushed it back down. That has $1.2 billion short.
$1 billion shares short at $1.86.
They're hoping for a meltdown at that nuclear plant, I guess.
Bitcoin is at 52,000. When Bitcoin was 36,000, Wolf went to 4. Bitcoin is at 52,000 and it's at 250 or whatever it is, 270. I don't know what you said. Tell me how that makes sense.
I'll ask you this because someone said to me that you said that this is happening. I didn't recall you ever saying it, but the question is, hey, William,
was I right? Before you say, was I right?
there's no way to know.
Oh.
I would say you were not right, but I don't think you said it. Hey, William, do you think NBH is trying to meet with Fngr to push them for a resolution? I don't think they met with Fngr, and I don't think there was a meeting that happened, but they did. Someone said Ham said that, but I don't remember Ham.
I heard they are meeting. Fngr wanted to meet. I heard Fngr lawyers wanted to meet.
Right? Fngr lawyers?
I know that meeting is happening or going to happen. I didn't ask, so I didn't bother. I didn't follow up on it.
Wow.
But I heard that is true.
So in other words, Fngr, it's not Nextbridge trying to meet. Fngr wants to meet.
Fngr reached out.
Wow. Breaking news.
I heard that 2 weeks ago.
Wow. So.
But I don't like to put my nose in there.
You must have said it on Ace's channel because I don't remember you saying it.
I want me to get yelled at by everybody. Oh, I said, listen, people, Mmtlp, your stock isn't trading. It will be settled. They can't hide. It will come out. And you got Bernie Sanders now on your team. Keep going. Listen, everyone, I watched Tucker Carlson last night, and I don't really care which way you go in the fence. I could care less. But that woman from Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is
she was interviewed. You and I saw her crossing the street in front of us when we went to the Capitol. Or she came at us. Remember, I said that's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
She was excellent. Everyone should watch it. She abused the Republicans, Democrats. She's just a tiger.
Her voice.
She said, "I'm here for the American people. And I can't believe that people, Republicans and Democrats, don't give a damn about people." That's what she said. She was very good.
I'd like to hear that. I'd like to hear that.
It was excellent. She was excellent.
And Putin's voting for Biden after all of that.
No, I would vote for Biden too if I was outside this country. We're taking all the mental patients, all the criminals. We're losing everything we have because of him. And why wouldn't you want him here?
Apparently, people are talking down about you on Webull, and Nick doesn't appreciate it. Well, Ham's got a thick skin, but I don't think they should talk down on him. What? You're going to blame Ham for the manipulation downward by a bunch of criminals?
Well, I don't know what Webull is. It's a kid's toy, as last I heard. Webull, when they rock, something like that. It was an old toy. That's all I remember it, right?
So Investors Hub, you're saying Spock here? I'll look it up.
Someone said I'm bald with a ponytail, and I look like I can work at a carnival, a festival, the Ferris wheel at a carnival. That's what
at a pawn shop. So Spock here, I will look that up. Yeah, Spock. I'll read that. I'll read that. I've never seen it, but I'll read it. Fernando says he appreciates my knowledge and wisdom. Well, thank you, but I think you got to listen to the hamster. He's got the.
No, don't talk
in a very narrow area, Ham has all the knowledge and wisdom you need.
That is 100%. It's a very narrow. I only can stay in my lane. I cannot cross over. That's 100%. Once I cross over, all I know is football and a few other little things that you don't want to know about. That's about it.
He also knows people. I took him. We met a supposedly big investor with wealthy man with a lot of following at the Trump Hotel in DC. And the guy brought his, I don't know, Russian or Ukrainian girlfriend. And Ham immediately knew this guy was. So anyway, he's a good judge of people. So we went to dinner without them. I want to be careful what I say because it's not fair to
Well, listen, again, I'm going to
say
feel
something negative.
if you're lending money to public companies, tell us who you are, what you do. Let's see your track record. That's it. It's pretty easy. What are your terms? That's all you have to know. Remember, the details are in the document, but the devil's in the details. That's it.
And in Georgia, devil came down to Georgia. Biden's brain is experiencing shrinkflation. Is there any way companies could be canceled like they do with regular individuals? I don't know what that means. Could be canceled like regular individuals. I don't know what that means. Oh, to go after their accounts? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Is Wall Street propping up tech stocks and AI stocks?
Yes. There's so much money. They all buy the same stocks. The market was falling apart the other day, and now the market's completely turned around like it's no big deal. This is what you're watching is insanity. It's a casino. It's not a stock market. There's no patterns, no ifs, ands, or buts. The market's down. They just throw more money at the same names, and it keeps propping it up. There's a story on Zero Hedge that said the 7 big stocks like Amazon and Facebook and all those names, if they were to create another market, stock market, the value of those companies, just those 7, would be equivalent to the second biggest market in the world behind the U.S. equity.
I read that. Yeah, I read that.
7 stocks, 7. Everything else doesn't move, just those 7 stocks.
And Ham can confirm.
Money managers taking money, just throwing it at the same shit.
I mean, just to pick a stock off the top of my head, but when I got in, and I'm sure Ham remembers, the Dow had different stocks in it than it has now. But just to pick one, Eastman Kodak, it doesn't exist anymore, basically.
Right. I think Sears was in the Dow.
Sears. Banks really weren't very much in. Anyway, when do you think they're going to finish the movie?
I don't know. I am not in the creative end of that stuff. I gave them all the content. They did interviews with everybody. They have to put it together. I know they were working on a deal with the people that did the GameStop movie for a series. They were looking for a new angle, new content, and they were working something out with that. So I don't know where it stands. I don't have time to follow that all day.
Jenny wants me to ask you, so is Ham saying there are naked shorts in the market? I'm shocked. When did this happen? She says she's just kidding.
I can tell a joke. I
know. All right. I'm sorry for my salty language. That's an interesting point. Otto says the short interest in GDC is 94%, and it's creeping up. I don't know where you got the data, but don't forget about GDC.
Paid $218 for it. Where is it?
I got
$218 and $380. So I'm sort of upside down still.
I paid $308 with my paltry account in IRA. $218.
Oh, nice. Did you just say 380?
No, 308 is what I paid for.
Oh, I thought you said the price was 380. I was gonna
No,
say, how
the
many-
price is 218.
Oh, that's not bad. I'm only $1 what? $1.60 away. I'm getting there. Could someone hold my hand on that? Could you tell me to be calm and relax? What should I do? William, could you help me out?
On GDC?
I'm long and I'm wrong, and I have no idea why I ain't been on it. But
If you had money, if you made money in Telo as it hit a new low, I'd buy more GDC right now. And that's how I would do it. Violating
Well-
all rules of trading, I would average down.
we made money in Telo. We put it into the Fngr. There you go.
Oh, well, that's a better one, maybe.
That's good. Yes. A Fngr, at least I understand what's going on. In GDC, I have no idea. I'm just following somebody.
Jenny wants to
And
know.
you followed me.
I know. I bought it because you bought it, and I sold whatever crappy
what'd you
stock.
You sold Facebook, and then it went up $90.
No, it was that guy's stock, Vocal. Anyway, Jenny wants to know, Ham, why aren't you doing anything about the shorts? You should say something. Do you tell the SEC? They're the cops on the beat.
Well, Jenny, thank you very much, and I will get on it once I get out of prison. I'm not Steve Rosenberg prison. I'm in Twitter or X prison. That's where I am right now.
Dominic.
And I'm afraid to look and see how much longer I have.
Dominic took a punt on some Fngr options at 5 cents, and now he sold them at 12 cents. So there you go.
5 cents. How many? What did he do?
A couple of days ago, he bought the 250s at 5 cents, and he sold them today at 12. And they're short term. Why not?
There you go. What is that? You take it. Take the $7 times how many times you did it. That's it. Perfect. That's trading.
That's trading.
You could sit there and say, okay, I made 12 cents or $12 times whatever contract, and say, well, you know what? My original position is $3. I just made 12. Now I'm down to 288 is my cost, right?
Yeah.
And if you do it a few more times, you're going back and forth, buying the dip, popping them up. And you say, wait, you know what? Now I own it at $2 and the stock's $3. So now I'm in the other way. That's how you can afford to keep doing it when you don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Nice job, Dominic.
That's a great job. And I don't know, this is a point, not a question, but it's talking about rates and the Fed. My opinion is the Fed's not going to lower rates until the market crashes, which I don't see happening. Maybe not until after the election, but not right away, right here. Anyway, I don't know what the Fed's going to do with rates. And by the way,
they said they're not.
Huh?
They said they're not lowering the
Yeah,
rates.
they're
So
not.
they're probably waiting for the market to crash. That's
But Ham's old enough to remember. I certainly am. The Fed doesn't always control long-term interest rates. They control the discount window, but they don't control the rest. They lately, the last many years, they've been able to seem like they're controlling it, but they don't want to lose the confidence of the bond market. So they're kind of trapped. I don't really see them lowering rates, but who knows?
my brother trades treasuries, and he says the swings are just out of control.
Because nobody knows.
He says it's making huge moves. He goes, back in the day, they never moved.
Why did they move like so big? Because no one really knows where the Fed's going to do.
So much money going in and out of it every day. And, the treasuries control the currency. So it's, bazillions of dollars going all over the place. And no one knows what the hell's going on.
That joke is older than you and me and William. Yeah, my dad always told old jokes. He never had an original joke. Is there an order to which shares go first, long then short, when you sell your position? I don't think so.
I don't understand. What?
He says, when you sell your position, is there an order to which shares go first? The long part,
puts their
then
order
the
in
short
first.
part?
Whoever puts their order in first, be the first on the book.
Yeah. I don't think they spend the time analyzing. That's for the back office. All right. This guy's warning you not to talk about the Chiefs rally the other day.
What a disgrace. What a disgrace.
This guy's asking again, so maybe it didn't come across. How can retail trade in after hours when which is when the squeezes seem to happen? I know you already answered it, but maybe he didn't hear you.
There's a button on your platform. You have to just turn it live. It says, after hour trading. I forgot what it said. And I've seen it on Fidelity's. The guy showed me yesterday. I helped him yesterday. Or just call up Ameritrade, E-Trade, whoever you have your account with, and just ask, say, hey, how do I trade in the pre-market or aftermarket? They'll say, hey, you just got to move this button over. That's all it is.
This guy almost makes me laugh. It's a serious question, though. He's asking, is Quick Capital LLC a suspect lender? I've never heard of them, but I think if their name is Quick Capital LLC, yes, they are suspect.
It sounds like it's a guy on a corner.
Fred's Bank. Yeah. I think they all are on Wall Street.
Why don't you just Google Quick Capital, see the amount of money they lend out, and look at the companies they lent it to? And then you can tell right away what they do.
Let's say I have 10 long shares and 10 short-term shares. Oh, I see. Now you can book it for your taxes any way you want to. If you've set up your automatic sale LIFO, I guess you can do FIFO. But if you've set it up last in, first out, or first in, first out.
FIFO, first out.
Yeah, you can change those settings.
See, I paid attention a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, William, I'm getting to my destination. I have to go meet someone. Everyone have a good night, and I'll be getting off, and I got to run.
All right. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for making my travels easier. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Bye.
Call ended.
All right. So it's 444. That's auspicious. I'm going to try to end at 5 because I have a doggy that wants to walkie. All right, William Happer. William Happer. Princeton. Professor. No, physicist. Physicist. I'll do it. When is Hammer out of jail? I don't know. Stay out of strip clubs. I have no interest in going. It's weird. I mean, I've never been to a strip club that I enjoyed. I'm not saying I didn't go, a bunch of friends going, but I got kicked out of one because one of the dancers came over and I was talking with her about whatever the heck. And the bouncer came over. I might have touched her on her arm when I made a point because I used my hands, But he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "We're talking about I don't know, Peter the Great and the war with King Charles of Sweden." I don't know. I made that part up. I forget what I was talking about. He said, "You can't talk with him." He's a big guy. He escorted me out. He didn't push me out. It's amazing, Jenny. Just amazing. The only, I can't shed a lot of light on that, June, but when I read it, it just was an acknowledgement that this one guy, if I can remember, was 134 million shares. That's a ton of stock. Just stating you have to let the world know if you own more than 5% of the outstanding shares. Hey, Rob. Yeah, that would be good. I don't know if it's my worry with Fngr is it feels like they've had plenty of time to what's the word, build the opposition. So anytime it runs, they have some ammunition maybe to sell it down. But yeah, I hope it goes. This answer is regarding after hour trading. You have to bird dog the orders at the close. That's good. That's good information, Brian. Stay out of the north side of Korea. Well, that's true, Mark. That is something you can count on. That is something you can count on. See, that's it. RBC might not have it. So you might have to call in. And I just don't know the answer. I don't even know how to do it at E-Trade. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I've never been able to do it. Elimination of CO2 is a suicide pact. Well, I think that makes sense. I didn't say you eliminate it. I don't think you can eliminate CO2. That's what keeps us warm. That's what keeps us warm. The current global average concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is 421 parts per million. It's pretty good memory, even though he said my brain is full of mush. That was as of May in 2022. That is an increase of 50% since the start of the Industrial Revolution, up from 280 ppm during the 10,000 years prior to mid 18th century. 18th century. Um, CO2 in the ocean. Because of, I'm just reading the top of Google. I don't know where they get this from. Because of human-driven increased levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, there is more CO2 dissolving into the ocean. The ocean's average pH is now around 8.1, which is basic or alkaline. But as the ocean continues to absorb more CO2, the pH will decrease and the ocean will become more acidic. Ah. Columbia University. James E. Hansen, director. Formerly director of NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies. Adjunct professor at Columbia University, Earth Institute. Why don't you try using the letter K instead of the letter C? Oh, I see. Car key, Kuwait. What a stupid butt. All right, let's see. It's too complicated. I can't find a simple article. Can't find a quick article to read to you, so I won't. I won't. Oh, let's just move on. Fngr closed at 262. Holes in heaven. It's good technical advice, kiddies. Yeah, we're going to defect to North Korea to stay away from Seth Kramer. Seth Kramer's your man. You should model your life after Seth Kramer. That is a man that's done good in the world and continues to do good in the world. Oh, that's a good point. Amazon does have cloud service, so that'll always be valuable. You're right about that. Lucky, I'll be there. It's interesting. I don't know what that means. Don't know what that means. Timing. It's good to have good timing. I was going to. You can still do it. Lots of times it's better to add when it's already running. Wow, that's. I don't know. I was listening to poor Harry. I was just listening to Megan's. She gets a lot of negative press, but someone was talking about Megan's past as a so-called yacht girl. And apparently she would, go on yachts with wealthy men. I don't know what happened, but I guess one is left to one's imagination. But I don't think there's many women in the younger generation today that aren't, you know, I don't know what you mean by good woman. I don't think it probably matters, the so-called body count, but I have no interest to go to the strip clubs. I don't know what it is. I'm not that interested in I don't know. Maybe that's weird. I don't think that's what Ham said. I know I didn't say it. I don't think it'll just take a couple of days. I think the spike will, if that's what you're quoting. I think the spike part could be just 1 or 2, 3 days. But I think the whole, it's like a mountain. There's a base, then it spikes, spike up and down, and then it comes back down. I think that could take 2 weeks or longer. ZJYL, I don't know. I think the high numbers, that'll be just 2 days, 3 days. You're right about that. The really, I am a steep pull, short and stout. How does that go? What are the chances Fngr runs before ZJYL? I think that Fngr is really under control by the shorts. I think Fngr could go to 5 in a day or two, and maybe to 7. But to break out and do a so-called squeeze, I think it's going to be a production. I mean, remember, this stock's been as high as 17 almost, as high as 9. They've always managed to bring it down. They're on top of it. I think ZJYL, if you're by runs, you mean squeeze, I think ZJYL goes first. 100%, 99%. I think ZJYL, if it's going to go, goes first. I haven't had a cold in forever. Handball. It's not European way to play handball. I don't know. I used to play a little bit of handball, but Ham plays it, and he used to make $5,000 a day or $5,000 a week. He would beat everybody. Ham is all right. He had Louis, not suicide. Oh, I didn't know. That's talking about Good Morning Vietnam. There was supposed to be 10 million before the forward split, so it makes 200 million. Yes, David, that's right. Oh, John. Yeah, John, that's right. Stock squeezes everywhere. You think it's the new short disclosure rules? Perhaps, but I think it has a lot to do with behind the scenes, banks are having a liquidity crisis. I think a lot, it's hard to run through the projections in one's head, but commercial properties are collapsing. For example, I heard one commercial property, I think in New York, that was had been recently purchased for well over 100 million, sold for 25 million. Well, what that does, ignoring all that value, it takes that mortgage out of a bank's balance sheet. And that starts restricting the money supply. That starts severely diminishing liquidity. And I think the Fed, the banksters, the big funds are doing everything they can do to get the United States of America into full-fledged war with Russia, on the side of Israel against every Arab state that exists, and in China. Why? Because war is the way to bring liquidity back into the markets. It's a short-term fix, but by the time the war's over, they will have pocketed their money like Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind. So even though the system is set up, I apologize for doing that. It's very hard to talk and hear what I'm saying when I'm congested. The system is set up against us, and the criminals have all the advantages. But there's one thing they can't do. It's like wealthy people. They think the laws of physics don't apply. No other laws apply to them, but the laws of physics still do. If they drive their car too quickly, it can spin out of control and they can hit somebody on the sidewalk. If they take off into a storm, their plane can crash. But they forget that. They think they start thinking somehow, because of their wealth, basic laws of the world don't apply. Well, that's what happens with the shorts. They start thinking, well, we can keep selling. We're never going to have to take care of this. What they can't fight is money's not free anymore. Money's not available anymore. And their performance is going down. Those positions exist, and no one's going to help them out. So as the prices start moving against them, prime brokers, I'm guessing, is where the pressure comes from, are calling and saying, we have to cover that position. That's why I think there's squeezes. I think it has a lot more to do with liquidity and prices going against the shorts, putting prime brokers more at risk and more keenly aware of their risk than anything to do with the disclosure rules. But I don't know, you could be right. ZJYL does have a small float. It pre-split, I don't want to look it up, but pre-split, it was like 7.6 million shares outstanding. If I'm wrong by just a small magnitude. And they had a 1.3 million share float. That's it. Of the shares outstanding and issued, insiders owned 85% of those. So the float was 1.3 million. This group of whales own 1.3 million. So, and then it's rumored to have pre-split 10 million shares short. So your account actually says MBH? Wow. Maybe they're getting it sorted. Or sorted. Sorted. All right, Carajito, ZJYL News. So I read this last night, but I couldn't really see the print. But I did read it last night. Erky Wang has 150 million shares. And he's just disclosing it. That's over, I assume that's over 5%. They had, let's say they had 8 million shares instead of 7.6, multiply it by 20. I guess that's 8 million by 20 would be I always get nervous. That's what I thought. 160 million. It sounded so. That guy owns the whole float. He owns the whole issued and outstanding. I'm sure there's a little bit more because there's basically 15% of the issued and outstanding were in the float. Hey, Lucky, I love you. I love you. Is the brokerage? I would love to set up a brokerage, and I'd love to I mean, today was really a bad day for me in the sense that my energy was completely drained. My thoughts were negative, and I really want this Lenten period to banish my negative thoughts and to have energy to do things. Right now, that brokerage, I would say, is somewhat on hold, but I would love to do that brokerage idea. Let me see if I can read that. Ah, there. From Dirty Mayo. Hamshortkiller on his way to Manhattan. Always on the move. To see a reporter. Now, I would tell you that's some really nefarious action there. Jeff Easton might have a point. That's some nefarious action. Going to talk to a reporter about the criminal acts that Lynn Partners and their clients do to CEOs and to companies. That's really nefarious. And by the way, just to repeat again, everything I say on these videos, everything I talk about is in my opinion, in my judgment, and I try to do it truthfully, but much of what I say I can't prove per se any more than a customs agent at JFK could prove how much cocaine Pablo Escobar brought in the country in 1979. But I can have my ideas. That's true, 200 million. It's a rumor. You can't prove it, but that's the number, 200 million. Well, Matt, I can show you my notebooks where I was spending my money before it happened. It didn't happen. I'll just repeat, Matt, that a little over a year ago, both Fngr and GTII were running. I think GTII was in the middle of a legitimate squeeze. And I think a lot of money was passed around up in New York City and to a CEO, right? And everybody moved to COSM, which was a disastrous trade. And that company took 35 million out of the market. So I guess good on them. But I think those actions last by, and I think it was all calculated. In the example of Fngr, I have a picture of it here somewhere, but according to FINRA's numbers, you can't trust those numbers. Well, why do they publish them? Jeff Easton's client or clients, whoever he fronts for. Now, do I know that for a fact? No, but they're the only ones that would have an interest in this situation. Somebody over 10 trading days sold Fngr down with 105 million shares, which did not exist. Oh, you can't count up 10 days in a row like that. That just shows the tickets that were marked short, but they covered them the same day or they delivered them later on. Well, I didn't see it. You'd see it in the price. They drove it from $9 basically, It had just listed on the NASDAQ under 1. So Matt, what we're fighting is organized crime. Organized crime. The minions, the soldiers of that crime, are people like Jeff Easton and Seth Kramer. The families are the hedge funds and the pools of money. And the capo di tutta capi is Gary Gensler and the rest of his so-called self-regulatory regulators. And I suppose you could call them the captured cops rather than the bosses. And people like Adina Friedman and Kulbeth Colbert, Cutthroat, Culberson. Oh, yes, I'm very, very important. 2 C's in my name at over the counter. I can't remember his name. And no one ever will remember his name. They're all in on it. But Matt, the criminality is on such a massive scale that it's hard to fight. I believe we were in the middle of those squeezes. Champions to most of this community in the name of 2 or 3 guys came in and screwed it up. That's my opinion. Can't prove it. But it's there in the prices. And specifically to Fngr, they took the short position from something like 6 million, 10 million shares to 105, 110 million shares in 10 trading days. And I don't know how anybody can say that those shares were legitimately borrowed, that those were legitimate shares to sell, that those shares were delivered from offshore, that those shares were covered. Stock never went up again. And it didn't show any inflections during the day of going up. It was fraud, Matt. And if you're not ready for that, I'd really suggest you go buy NVIDIA, Amazon, and just buy those big names. They always go up. If you want to take a little risk, which it doesn't, I'm not sure you do, I would look at the biggest oil and gas stocks out there, the best names you can think of, from ExxonMobil, Chevron. I like some of the smaller names like APA. Just start buying those before everybody does. But it could be a rocky ride, and you don't like that. You want everything to go straight up, and it just doesn't happen that way. And I didn't sell Fngr in its rally. I thought it was about to go. I didn't sell GTI. I thought it was about to go. But the Greek CEO, I think, printed money both for his personal and offshore accounts and for his company. Just sucked it right out. And hey, I think he had the help of the criminals because he ended up raising money from the criminals. So I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you. You didn't get rich with Fngr last year, and I'm not telling you're going to get rich, Matt. In fact, I'm telling you won't get rich with Fngr if you look at it like a trade. If you hold your stock for 5 years, I think you could have a $50 stock. But you have to hold it. And in the meantime, you could have a real surprise, which is a squeeze. But otherwise, just don't be, Matt, get out of the stock. Just get out of the stock. Go day trade with one of the day trade platforms, or just buy a different stock. I really mean it. I think the next place to be is energy and resource plays. Buy the big copper company. Buy the best oil companies. If we go to war, you'll double your money. And just, forget about being rich with Fngr. Just forget about it. Well, if she keeps looking in the same place, John, she's never going to find it. The Duke said fingers ripping. Matt, you know what? Matt is going to earn his first on. So I had GTC orders on Telo, hits a new low. And yeah, see, that's short sucks. I don't know the answer to that. I have to admit. When the bid and the ask move during the halts, I'm not sure you're entitled to those prices. Why? Because no trades were executed. I think it's the trade after the halt that matters. But I could be wrong about that. And I don't know if you're entitled to a trade while the bid is up there during the halt. You would think so. You would think so. But I think that's another case of manipulation. Well, that's a good point. Rates were higher, houses were cheaper. But you know what? So were paychecks smaller. But you're right about that. I'm really sorry. Kitty, that's true. But I think they still make money if Bitcoin's at 20 some thousand. There's a break even. So it doesn't have to stay at 50. It can go to 40. But it's really about perception. And Yorkville's clients are shorting the heck out of that stock. They already, oh, I don't believe it. You can't prove it. Well, you're right. I can't prove it. I'm hearing it that they have a short position of 1.2 billion shares. What's to stop them from going to 2 billion? Nothing. Nothing. Not Gary Gensler. Not Gary Gensler. He's not going to stop it. He's here to protect the prime brokers and particularly Goldman Sachs prime brokerage. And he pretends to be stupid. I don't think he's a stupid man. I just think he's a captured man. Captured by, at least by his own image of self-importance. May I put that up? That makes sense, Kitty. Thank you, Sir Thomas Ryan. Weebles wobble, but don't fall down. Well, Moneymaker, one thing about Ham is his trading was honed over, I guess, 40 years, but certainly over 20, 25 years on the trading desks. And that skill hasn't gone away. I've learned a lot from him. And I wish I had had access to him or somebody like him when I was, whatever, they call it wealth advisor now. But my trading strategies would have been much better than I did. But I learned the slow way. I've learned some of what he now does. My biggest mistakes as I look back over, well, outside of Wall Street, my biggest mistake was trusting partners, trusting people. That's the biggest mistake. But in trading was not selling. when there was the enthusiasm there, when there's the volume and everyone's talking about buying it and it seems like it's going, that's a great time to sell. And it's so hard to pull the trigger on selling because it's difficult to get that price back and to get that volume back and get the ability to take money out of the market the way the CEO of COSM did. Oh, go watch that. Go watch that video with Dennis Neal, with Don Fizz and Curtis. Curtis is extremely smart, and Don Fizz is like I don't know, the Energizer Bunny. That guy sends emails. He's got his campaign. He's got his goal, and he does everything to get there. And he's just had all these interviews. So I would go listen to that. You can turn me off and go there. I'm going to go down these questions and then I'll sign off. I don't know. Is Telo done? Yeah, I think so. That trade's done. It could run, but the risk reward is too much to me. You don't know anything specifically that's going to make it run. You know, they'll probably have good news. You know that it was priced at a level that eventually it'll go up, but it could be a year from now. But that order imbalance, I mean, Chuck, just going with what we were told, one guy bought the entire float of the IPO. Now, Yahoo has a big float number in it. Can't explain that. Initial public offering means this is the initial offering of shares to the world. They sold 1 million. Well, somebody bought those 1 million shares. On the first day, the criminals sold 300,000 shares that didn't exist. How do we know? Because they know the one person that bought it didn't sell any shares, didn't lend any shares out. Well, the imbalance comes when the banker has to, I assume, exercise the green shoe, and maybe they had 300 more shares. I don't know. But anyway, they get it back to 7, and then it ran. And I think those halts and all of that, they figured it out. They got it crossed. Someone took a loss. Now, Ham said today it could still run. For me, I wouldn't be in the trade anymore. Doesn't mean it couldn't go to 50, but the risk reward, we don't have any advantages there with the story. And if you bought it at 5 or 6 and you got out at 11, that's fantastic. Now, if you bought it and you're in it for free, might as well wait and see what happens. I don't think it's going to go below 7, at least not for the long term. In fact, I bet it does very nicely, 7 to 14 range, something like that. But I don't know what you mean by Telo done. I don't expect, I guess that's what I want to say. I don't expect those huge numbers to be hit. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. That guy that has 5 shares for free, if I were him, I'd put those out at $35 or $50 or see what happens. Or $25, But I would look at ZJYL or GDC or Fngr for a pretty definite move. I like CAUD. I think CAUD could go to 8. That's a nice move. I like Logic. I think Logic could go to 15, 16, and that's a 4x. I think, so those are those things. When Ham gets out, couldn't he be seen as that's pretty funny. Wow. Yeah, whenever you get out. I'm not a big fan of taking short profits if you really know the story, but we live in a world where the fraud is just rampant. So that's the one lesson I've learned over the last year or so. Until things change, I think you have to be opportunistic to take your profits. And if it goes higher, it goes higher. Fed will not change rates until the election. I know what I'm talking about. It makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Everyone talks about a market crash, and they've been talking about it since November. If interest rates stay relatively stable, and it doesn't have to mean exactly the same, I think a pullback in the market would be the time to buy some sort of option or index strategy. I really think you're going to see a blow-off rally to the upside in the markets. It could happen. It could happen in a month. It could take longer, but I would view a pullback as a time to trade for the upside. Crashes don't come when everyone's calling them. I've never seen a crash come when everyone's calling for a crash. Ever. I've never seen it. In 2008, I was at a conference. One guy came up to me and told me there was a crash coming. Nobody else did. It turns out he was right. That's good advice. Yeah, it's Charles the 12th. That's exactly right, Kitty. Do you know how he died? I think you do if you knew it was Charles the 12th of Sweden. Do you know how he died? Do you know how he died? Nag, nag, nag. You're the best, Jenny L. Hi, Jenny L. What's the best book to read about options? Ham's not on anymore. I mean, you can start with the disclosure from your brokerage firm. It's a good question. There's a really thick book on options. I just can't remember the title of it. And it goes into all the strategies of everything. It's like, I can't remember the name of it. I'll try to look it up. It was white with green. Anyways, a long time ago. That's why I don't remember the name. I didn't meet Prince Harry, but I stood as close to him as you are with your not with your computer, but maybe the width of a dining room table, or maybe the length of a dining room table. I stood there, and I always thought he was a great guy. He and his brother got along great. I saw him at polo matches when my friend and client would invite me. Hasn't a long time, which is a sadness to me. But I was always grateful. But I thought he was a good guy. Man. It shows just how wrong you can be. 50 contracts. What is the benefit of rolling? What's the benefit of rolling? If you have calls, I don't see any benefit of rolling. I mean, the one benefit is you take the premium, there's still some premium out of your calls you have today, and you buy next month's calls, but you have to add money. Unless the stock really moves between today and Monday, over the weekend, the time premium of just one weekend will change the call price downward. So I don't see a benefit of rolling. I mean, it just, the main benefit is you're able to sell the calls here and get the time premium to your side of the table. I just don't see any benefit if you own the calls in rolling them same day. I don't really see a lot of benefit. Who's Jenny? Not this Jenny. Not this Jenny. It doesn't matter anyway. Doesn't matter anyway. Took me years to realize that. And when you think about it, it's just the way of life. It looks like ZJYL or GDC won't go frisked. Not to me. Not to me. I think ZJYL, they got it to go sideways, so it broke out of what I guess is a pennant pattern, and now it's in a triangle pattern. I don't know what to call it. And there's still some room to go sideways, but at any time it can break out of the trend to the upside. And to me, ZJYL looks like it's about to move. But I think GDC will also go when ZJYL goes. Why? Because everyone will go, hey, well, wait a minute, it's working. Where should I put my money? And they'll go to GDC. But this anxiety day to day, it's not moving today, so it's not going to happen. You shouldn't be in these stocks. Just don't trade them. Trade futures, or trade treasuries, trade something that moves every single day, and you'll have your need for speed sated. I know Bernie's on. I've started copying him. Bernie's a good one to have. He was always against high frequency trading, and he also thought we should tax it. And I thought to myself, God, I don't agree with that. And now I do. I think we should tax high frequency trading. All right, Lafi, you're not being rude, but I'm going to try to finish all the questions. What price do I think it'll hit? In a spike, guys always leave that out. In a spike, if you translate what the predictions were pre-split, which was 25 to 30, 35,000, that works out to 1,500, 17.5. If you believe what I heard directly from someone who speaks with the whales, they're expecting it to go to 2, 3, 4, 5,000 a share in a spike. But it's not that I think that will happen. I believe it's possible that it could go in a spike really, really high. So you trade out and you put some GTCs out there and see if it happens. Who knows? But the short position, if it's true, is rumored at 200 million. You've got 160 million roughly issued and outstanding in the company. You can look it up and it'll be bigger, I guess, but something like that. And you've got, and 85% is owned by insiders, and you've got a float of like 23 million, roughly. And that float is entirely held by a handful of whales. So you can come up with your own numbers. But if 200 million shares have to be bought back, and the whales own the entire float, and the rest of the issued and outstanding shares are 85% held by insiders, what do you think? What do you think? No, I don't want to be sick on the way over, and I think I should be all right. But as I'm older, my body isn't the same. I used to always be able to sleep one day and get over anything. I'm not quite like that anymore. Thank you, Barbara. What would happen to gold if there were a war? Gold is controlled. I think if there were a war, the dollar would go up dramatically because people move money from Syria or Iraq or whatever to the dollar, or from China, or from. But I think there's real competition now. I would think people might move to the ruble or to the yuan, or even the rupee. I don't know. But I think the dollar knee jerk would go up first. So I think gold would be stable. With the amount of liquidity that would be out, I think at some point gold is going to jump, if Jim Rickards is right, unless he's changed his numbers. A gold price of 10,000 will settle up, if you assume we have the gold we have in Fort Knox, which I personally think is an open question, but it's a moot question. Why? We'll never show anybody. So we'll just say we have it. We can settle up our financial issues with a $10,000 per ounce gold price. If you listen to others, and I think it's Dr. Stephen Lieb, but it might be, anyway, I can't think of the other gentleman that says it. We might go to $40,000 an ounce in gold to get through this financial conundrum. I think silver will go right along. I think silver is a better. It's more volatile, but I think silver is a better investment. I'm going to go. He's asleep right now. Jenny, I don't think he meant you. I don't think he meant you. If he did, he got up on the wrong side of me. I'd love to go Korean barbecue. There you go, Scott Van Dyke. That is excellent, and I think that's the right thing to do. Clint Eastwood. Well, he said that in the movie Dirty Harry. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. He said, to me, you're nothing but dog shit. A lot of things can happen to dog shit. Someone can come along and squash it. It can dry up and blow away. I forget all the rest of it. But the best one in that movie is when he goes down. The captain calls him down and says, well, Clint says, "Are we through? I've got work to do." And the captain says, "But not in homicide." Clint looks. "You've been transferred to personnel." Personnel? That's for idiots. I started in personnel, Callahan. Yeah. And he says, Captain, do you mind if I ask you a question? No, Callahan, what is it? Do you have any kids? No, I don't have children. Lucky for them. Thank you, Silver Wine Cart. It's going to come to a point where you have to get mean. And I mean plum dog mean. It'll be the only thing that separates you from living or dying. It's just the way it is. Oh, you did? Who'd you hear that from? Who did you hear that from? Give some more information. You heard that? Trying to think who that is that got shot in the foot. No. That's not right. You are right that he got shot, and he was reckless, but he went to the front line, and he popped his head up over he was in a trench. He popped his head up over the bullet, hit him right in the middle of the forehead. And it leaves one to wonder what would have happened had he not done that, because then Sweden shrank to its size. Lucky's good. He's asleep, and he had a long dog walk this morning, talking an hour and 15 minutes. I don't see what the two things have to do with anything. Shilling for naked shorts is patriotic. Northwest Sasquatch. Well, hey, Harry, do you want to go get a beer? Why didn't I think of that? Oh, it was a good interview? Great. We got to go watch it. I hope it replays. Are you pilgrims just going to stand there or pull your pistols? You say these horses belong to them. They're pilgrims. Reckon so.
Battery 30%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
Poor horse.
You're all alone now, Wales.
Not quite alone.
It's a little loud.
He's really going to show that he's pale face himself. No offense.
Foolish or a slander to Kansas. Innocent women like this.
That's not the right one. That's not the right one. I always got lucky in the draw. It's not the right one, darn it. Let me see if I can find it another way. And then I gotta go. There we go. Right here, we'll listen to that's on YouTube.
Do it eventually. Now they can't.
All right.
Do it eventually. Now they can't shoot through it, but they might be able to. Do it eventually. Now they can't shoot through it, but they might be able to dig a hole in it and drop down, maybe in the back bedroom. Now remember, if things look bad, it looks like you're not gonna make it, then you gotta get mean. I mean plumb mad dog mean. Because if you lose your head and you give up, then you neither live nor win. That's just the way it is. Use pistols at short range, at 4 firepower and less reloading.
That's it. And I didn't get it right, but I got it close enough. All right. I'm going, Jenny. Jenny, Rebecca, I'm going. So if you see this man, Josie Wales, you tell him the war is over. I reckon so. What was my most memorable Christmas? It's been a long time. It's been a long, lonely, lonely, lonely time. I have to think about that. Nothing jumps to my head. Almost all of the ones I remember is when I was much younger. So anyway, I'm going to wish I'll think about the answer to that. I wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. I also hope that we can each take time to pray for peace in the world. And maybe I was thinking about this when I was at Mass yesterday. I said it. and I'm not particularly good at all these things, but we need maybe some intervention to help us have a breakthrough with the people here who run our security systems and enforce our securities laws. And maybe we should pray for that. Maybe we just need someone to want to be honest. And look, if it's as simple as full disclosure, the securities markets in the United States are attempting to replicate the banking model of fractional reserve banking. And you should know that if you buy securities in US markets, there's only one share of any given stock on average for every 100 shares that are in your account. Just full disclosure it or fix it. And I think we need to perhaps get a breakthrough that it comes to someone like Loser Gensler or Smiling Adina Friedman or multiple important names that begin with C over the counter mark, or Robert Cook. Just need a breakthrough, you know? Maybe it's Bernie Sanders. So anyway, that's one. Two, let's pray for Jenny L. and her family. She's very strong and brave and a sweetheart, but I think also she could use prayers. Let's pray for everybody that's in this fight. Names too many to mention, but from Busy Brands to Richard to Junk Savvy to Syntax to 100 to Don Fizz to Curtis to Anna, particularly because I think a lot of this is very draining, but she keeps going, and she was one of the first that I ever saw that just kept going with the purpose of for others of success, without asking for a lot of recognition either. And of course for Ham and the 60,000 people that are here in the bigger community, and the people who have died and who have lost loved ones. Anyway, it's Lent, that's why I'm being corny, but maybe let's try each day just a thought or a prayer, and we might be surprised at the impact of those. And then in the meantime, stay warm, and we'll get back together tomorrow. Oh, long weekend. All right, holes in heaven. Thought it was a band that used to go out with Kurt Cobain. Yeah, it could be. I don't think it'll get there right away, but yeah, I believe that. We've talked about GTII over many of these calls. There's no news. No news. I think what's happening right now is a battle, palace intrigue, basically. It's a battle over the future of the company. Does an 80-year-old man whose health is not great cling to the controls like a dead man's grip, or does he turn it over to the whales? And that's what's going on. And thank you, Jimbo Baggins. Jimbo Baggins. All right. And Lucky Boy, we're going to go. So anyway, cheers to everyone. Peace.